Hello, folks. Apologies for that. The stream crashed, but I believe we're back now. And yeah, David, you were just giving your impressions on the last couple games of the match.
Yes, I was just trying to say where we were at the moment. Um, and basically going to this match, I think Ding was a huge wild card because, he played a good match 2 years ago against Nepo. And then for the last 2 years, it's kind of been a slide, and people didn't know what kind of a Ding Liren would show up for this match. And yeah, I think he's been playing quite well so far, and the match is very close.
And what did you think of yesterday? Because it seemed like he just kind
Yesterday
of
they
gave up
both
on his
blundered,
advantage
Kostya.
very quickly. Yeah.
Yesterday they both blundered.
Mm-hmm.
And I was watching, and obviously I don't know like a computer like readout, oh my gosh, the right move was this and he did this or that, but it seemed really obvious to me that they traded blunders without me knowing exactly what they should or shouldn't each have done. Um, Holy moly, what's going on in this position?
Mm-hmm.
Insane stuff here right off the bat with a pawn sack. But I thought that was kind of dismal, a bit dismal by both of them. But despite like a mistake here or there, I would say the ding that we see in this match does not remind me at all of the ding we've seen the last 2 years. And the Gukesh that we've seen in this match is also not the Gukesh that what? More pawns hanging? Oh my God. Is also not the Gukesh that we saw at the Olympiad.
Mm-hmm.
So we neither have like absolute destroyer Gukesh where you're wondering, is this guy as good as Magnus already? Nor do you have like, where is he? What's going on? Dingley Ren, right? So you have something a little more in the middle for each of them at the moment. I'd say Ding honestly closer to his world championship match level than to what we've seen the last 2 years. And Gukesh maybe like candidates level from April so far, something like that.
Yeah, I feel like with Ding, it's like we're seeing world champion Ding exactly.
Yeah.
He's like just good enough, but he's like clearly shaky, and he's
Yeah.
seems kind of risk averse.
Oh, I think he's played pretty aggressively in many of these games. He's just not as precise as he had been,
Mm,
you know, a little bit before.
gotcha, gotcha.
I feel like his confidence is is shaking or wavering, in and out.
David, I'm sorry. Are we watching a 3-0 game? Like, what's going on? like, are
That's a
you
good
are
point.
you seeing this?
I
Like,
guess they both prepared for this line for this is the first time, right, that we've had both players in their prep. Every other time somebody surprised somebody else, at least a bit.
yeah. I mean, okay. Gukesh was expecting the London at some point, and
Hmm.
it happened. And now, I
Including
mean,
this whole Queen A4 to A3 maneuver.
wow, we have, yeah, I mean, just a super sharp position on the board.
Yeah.
And Queen takes F2. Yeah, Gukesh continues to blitz out.
Both queens on
Like
rampages.
he just knows exactly what to do. Um, wow. I mean, yeah, either I don't know what to make of this. Let me work on getting our human eval bar up while we figure
Okay.
this out. Yeah.
I always start at 0.15 nowadays. And my guess is that they're both in a computer position. So, I could extrapolate the eval from guessing the speed of their play versus from looking at the X's and O's on the board. From the speed of their play, we know that the computer eval is very close to zero.
Absolutely.
But just looking at the position, freshly as a human without that clue, I would think it was absolute chaos, and I would favor white.
Yeah, and I mean, even knowing the eval, just from a practical point of view, white's position seems much more, or I guess black's position seems much more dangerous. Like you're walking a very thin tightrope, which Gukesh is probably happy to walk, but still, I mean, feels risky.
Mm-hmm. We've got somebody in chat who favors black, which is interesting. My case for white is that black's pieces aren't coordinated and that the G7 square is weak. And I would be aiming towards that as white, but it just seems much easier to coordinate white's pieces than black's to me. Yeah, and chat's informing us that this is a Dominguez versus Aronian game from 2 years ago up till the last move. So,
Aronian Dominguez, nice. Okay.
yeah. Matt Chess Kostya thought the human eval bar was what was crashing his OBS. So he's adjusting.
Yeah, apologies. Yeah, because I was already skeptical of it because it was using up, it was making my computer whir, and yeah, when OBS crashed, it was like, okay, you're out of here. But I'm working on getting our makeshift bar up.
Matt Chess is ready to be a commentator too. Listen to this. There were two ICCF games in this position, both draws, which is to say there were two ICCF games in this position. Meaning, I think in correspondence chess, people are allowed to use engines now, so they just do. So engine versus engine, and they're really good, and then it's a draw.
Yeah, it's not very exciting. I mean, it's kind of cool when someone wins a game in correspondence chess, like scoring a goal in soccer.
Yeah.
But when it doesn't happen, it's slow. Actually, I have another thing I need to do. I need to work on our YouTube, getting our YouTube thumbnail up.
Oh, yeah.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Ludwig. Oh, here we go.
Okay. So, Gukesh may be slowing down and thinking for the first time in this game to a serious extent. He spent a minute or two here or there up to this point, but from the speed of Queen G6, Queen G2, Queen F2, he was just checking his mental database briefly or pretending to check his mental database, but he wasn't yet doing any work. Now he faces a novelty-ish or, a move that deviates from this Aronian game, which perhaps he knows. And he seems to be putting in some work. And so we can put in some work as well. Somebody in chat pointed out that knight e4 to f6 would be a pretty strong idea for white, which would get the knight involved powerfully. Um, Someone in chat said any bishop move would prevent that, but I'm not sure. First of all, okay, you might want to play bishop f5 to prevent knight e4, but then after rook h to f1, looks like the bishop's just a goner. So without that, we'd be looking at bishop e6, a pleasant square for that piece, aiming at white's king side, and then white can play knight e4 then. And after something like queen to h4, I guess our chatter was thinking that knight f6 check, pawn takes f6, rook g1 check, king h8. There'd be no real crushing attacking follow-up. Yeah. Okay, I can see that point. So a big candidate move for Gukesh here would be bishop e6.
cool. I'm just
Working.
working on
I know.
getting everything set.
Yep. I know you're working, so I'm just talking.
Nice. But
Um,
I'm pinning some messages, folks, in the YouTube, in the Twitch, so check those out.
mhm. A more risky construction or candidate move is suggested by Romeo, who says that with rook b8, you could maybe keep the knight from moving anywhere, including e4, with queen b2 mate. Um, but if white's rook starts harassing black's queen, yeah, then I suppose the queen could go to h4 and cover the e-pawn when she gets kicked away. Yeah, so I think that's a possible move, Romeo, yeah. Um, is this line more or less ambitious than the exchange French? To me, cute kitty, it depends. Um, one perspective, this position is much more risky in terms of how sharp it is, opposite side castled positions, how many imbalances, bishop versus knight, strange pawn structures. From another perspective, if both players are booked up, then actually it can sometimes be less risky because they each repeat moves from computer engines and feel quite safe no matter how crazy the position looks, right? Like if you know that you've got a harness on and you're attached safely to some version of, Stockfish, Leela, something or other, then you're not really worried that you're 15 feet in the air as a professional. Um, okay, we got a move from Gukesh and his rook b8. Romeo's move.
Okay, and yeah, I definitely agree that this position, I mean, looks way sharper than the exchange French. Although I think Gukesh definitely had a role in getting us to this very exciting situation with opposite sides castling.
Right.
And he's played Rook B8 with a using a perplexing amount of time because he didn't tank on it, but he also spent some time. So it's not
Mhm.
clear if he's how deep he knows this position. Where Ding so far has blitzed out every single move.
Yeah, as Alexa says, playing like this can be considered a memory check sometimes. Just it depends on the position. It depends. Sometimes even after somebody successfully produces the memory file, you may still have a rich position sometimes. And other times, once they blitz out the responding moves, there's nothing left to do for either side. So it depends what position we see after a couple more moves, right? This position, the kings are going to stay on opposite sides of the board. So I have a feeling that even if you successfully know 20 moves of theory or 25 moves of theory, there's a decent chance that the game keeps going. There's also some chance that there's some kind of a forced repetition that you stumble into. So um, I don't know for sure if it's simply a memory check. Sometimes there are memory checks plus, right? Like it's a memory check and then there's a game after the memory check.
Yeah, absolutely. This one definitely feels like there could be a game. Um, but yeah, we'll see. I am curious where exactly we left theory, where we're deviating. David, why don't we, now that I'm all set up, why don't we run through
Mhm.
the opening a bit more slowly and then
Okay.
maybe talk about one or two moves? Because they played it all so quickly as if these moves were so obvious. I'm sure they weren't to most of us, but we got a
No, no, they
London.
were not at all.
And
I mean,
then,
already
okay,
from bishop b5 check on move 6, Kostya, which is a decent place to start, other than saying the first 5 moves were the London.
right.
Um, but already bishop b5 check is not an obvious move. Trading off this really nice light squared bishop from d3 that would normally sit on d3. Um,
Yeah, I guess white has options. I'm sure bishop d3 right has been played a lot. Bishop b5 seems like this one takes advantage of the fact that black can't go bishop d7
yeah.
because then we have bishop takes d6. I'm not sure if that's the idea.
Hmm.
I feel like I see lines where white allows bishop d7 and just gives the check anyway. But anyway, so we had knight
Hmm.
c6. And yeah, then immediate trade, which is unusual,
Yeah.
unprovoked. And I have always felt this strategy is just like, it's kind of like a blitz strategy. It's like you're just trying to get an extra knight on your opponent. So takes on d6, immediately trades off the bishop pair. He goes queen
What do you
a4.
mean by an extra knight?
Well, white's going to have two knights when he gives up the bishop pair.
Hmm.
And then because there's already, he immediately trades off the dark square bishop. So there's no bishop pair essentially. And white just gets to play against the potential bad light squared bishop.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you mean when you say extra knight, you're thinking sort of like generally there's still other chaos on the board, but a knight versus bishop positional advantage.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what white is
Hmm.
often going for
Yeah.
here. So queen a4, stopping bishop a6.
Yeah. And aiming at taking over squares on the C file as well. Like the queen's trying to get active, but positionally the key squares for white are C5 and C6 here, right? Potentially the weak pawn on C6, potentially you need to control the C5 square first before you can really go after C6.
Right. Black castled. And now queen a3, funky move.
Hmm.
A little bit, you know what? A little bit reminiscent of the famous Fischer Spassky game 6, which
Yeah.
also featured
Hmm.
a queen a4, queen a3
Yeah.
pinning concept. So, bit of an homage there. I'm sure Mike Klein will ask Ding if he thought of this game in the press conference when he made this move. Knight
Yeah.
fd2. Okay, knight fd2. Now this move, yeah, is interesting. And given that it was played so quickly, we can just assume it's prepared. Um, let's
Right.
think. Why not knight bd2? Is there any obvious
I mean, to some extent, when you
advantage?
trade on E4 this way, you won't have your knight tempoed, so you have a little more flexibility in that position, in any position where you trade on E4. So, hmm, I mean, I think in a lot of cases it may actually transpose.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out um, because knight takes d2. This could happen with either knight going to d2. So this is certainly not really what white would be worried about. White could just recapture. But definitely there's a specific reason he went knight fd2. Maybe it's to have the option to be able to go f3 on the next move and then force the trade. If, for example, black played f5, maybe on knight bd2, black can go f5.
Hmm. Yeah. F5. I mean, you'd think white could trade on E4, play knight E5, and then play queen C5 next move and be pretty okay.
Yeah, quite possibly. Honestly, I have no idea.
Yeah.
But well, I don't know. Actually, rook f5 can be,
Hmm.
yeah, definitely double edged. But yeah, that's just my guess why knight fd2 over knight bd2. But the drawback of knight fd2, as Gukesh points out, is e5. It allows e5, okay, which looks very logical. But now we get this kind of forcing line. Takes on e4. White grabs a pawn. Queen g6.
Oh,
And
wait, Kostya, I know a reason
g2.
for
Yeah,
knight
yeah.
FD2, much simpler. So instead of E5, I thought C takes D4 is another candidate move. That's why the knight's on E4 instead of D7, right? When black needed to defend the C pawn, is to be able to play CD4. Then white can play knight takes E4.
Wait, so with which knight to d2? Sorry.
I mean, this is with knight FD2 is I'm going to show you the reason is so white can play knight takes A3.
Got it. So cd4 here is now knight
CD4,
e4.
knight takes E4 by white. the queen's undefended, so black has to trade on A3
Right.
before recapturing on E4. And now you see the difference between whether there's a knight on F3 or B1.
Yeah.
With a knight on F3, you'd have to play B takes A3, and then it's much harder to win the endgame with the two doubled A pawns.
Right.
I mean, here you play knight A3, then black has to recapture on E4, then you play probably C takes D4,
Yeah.
and black's got a worse pawn structure than white.
And this is like a dream position that white is aiming. Like when you go for this bishop takes C6, bishop takes D6, this is just the ideal endgame I think white's looking for with the nice knight against bad bishop and like pleasant endgame.
Yeah.
Okay, so that makes sense.
So much for super GMs are beyond us, huh, Kratik? That's why they chose knight FD2. You have the same position with B takes A3 and a knight on F3. You pay a tribute tempo with the knight move. Black maybe plays rook B8 coming into B2 or plays C5 as a pawn sack first. And then they just get all their pieces active.
Yeah. I would say, yeah, it's not too hard to figure out the idea behind moves. Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes the moves kind of guide us to their reasons.
So e5,
Yeah.
and then we get these forcing moves. Takes, queen takes c5, queen g6, and black here is just banking on their counterplay against the g pawn.
And let me say, without prep,
Yeah,
E5 would be a far from obvious move for me as black.
you would never play it. Yeah, basically, it's like so
And I'm not
sharp.
like I'm not averse to sacking a pawn now and then myself, as you know, but it almost wouldn't occur to me in this position that it was time to sack a pawn. I would feel like C takes D4 was pseudo forced, or maybe I would consider a move like rook B8 at best as like oh, I'm counterattacking B2, so they can't play queen C5. If I'm like being ambitious and trying to look at all my candidate moves, but would I even think of E5 as a candidate? I don't know, Ghost. It's almost unlikely that I would even notice the option.
Yeah. Well, it's just very sharp. It like it's requires a pawn sacrifice, and yeah, it's hard to figure out if you're going to get enough. Just feels like more of a judgment call from human perspective. Whereas engine, okay, can calculate that it's equalizing or whatever, but yeah, from human point of view, you just have to guess if you're getting enough there
Yeah.
for the pawn. For me, a5 would be like the natural move, trying to go
A5 would be
bishop
another move to try and
a6.
play bishop A6 for counterplay, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, you would be cutting off the move B4 to support the pawn you're sacking on C5. You'd be getting your bishop active. Um, yeah, so E5, and I think with E5 you would have to see Queen G6. I feel like that's kind of a forced move after Queen takes C5 in the game, Kostya. Um, 'Cause I don't think there's no hope that you have equality if you trade queens on C5 and play the endgame down a pawn. I mean, maybe it's not instantly lost, but to me, I bet the computer has Queen G6 in this position as a forced move, best by basically a full pawn probably. Um, so you have to see Queen G6 coming as well when you play E5, and then you have to be able to somehow estimate the value of the position.
right.
You're sacking pawns, positionally, you're suspect on the dark squares. Very, very hard. So obviously, all of this is much less hard when you know the move from your opening prep. But without opening prep, I mean,
Yeah,
very, very difficult.
it's a pretty esoteric line. So 92, and yeah, Dangy just kept blitzing it out. So he's analyzed this as well, and I think it's just super practical to just give the pawn back in castle. He even gives a second pawn, queen takes f2, gets that one back. So then material equalizes. Rook b8 was played by Gukesh after some thought. Knight c4 was blitzed out. And now we've got the live position. And then Gukesh has been tanking basically the whole time we've been talking. So Ding has absolutely won the opening battle yet again.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember watching the commentary for one of Magnus's matches. I remember Grischuk said, it was so funny. He was like, another childish preparation from Magnus, because he got out-prepared by Vichy in some line. So I'm just going to repeat it. Another childish preparation by Gukesh.
Well, Gukesh is basically on the borderline between child and adult, so that's fair.
Yeah, and he's not deep enough. Now, this is always the fear of going into a super sharp line, is that if your opponent knows it even one move deeper, it's like now you're playing against their prep, and you got to make sure you're avoiding any pitfalls. And just because you know it's 0-0,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't actually always make it that much easier to find the right moves.
Right. It's one signpost, right? But it's not everything.
Yeah.
That said, when you've got 17 moves of theory instead of 7 moves of theory, as in some of the other games where this is maybe their first time really going for a more deep theoretical line, right?
I feel like, yeah, we haven't seen too many, sharp line, like 17
They've
moves.
often been starting the game on move 7. The first game, Gukesh knew about 12 moves, which was maybe the most up till this point. But there were other games where they knew about 7 moves, honestly. And compared to that, they've got a lot less moves to make in 2 hours, right? That's the other big thing about opening theory, is it shortens the game quite a bit, which in a sense gives you more time on the clock. Okay,
Yeah.
he's played the obvious move here.
And people are
Kostya
asking
Bishop.
bishop e6. Yeah, it's on the board. And okay, let me check in with chat. So, folks, I know there was mention of the ICCF game. So, are we still following one of these games, or do we deviate?
I think we may still be following the ICCF games because I think they said that the Aronian Dominguez game was not d takes e5, but some other move, but that the ICCF games were d takes e5, rook b8. So, oh, and Matt says we're now out of database. Bishop e6 is not what happened in the ICCF games, which is weird because Bishop e6 looked super obvious.
So bishop e6 is new. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
And he spent time on it. Rook d2 is a very obvious response from Ding. So I'm sure he's looked at this. Idea of bishop e6, of course, hit the knight, hit b2. So rook d2 is dealing with this. And Gukesh, okay, had queen f3 in mind. And rook e1 also on the board. So rook e1, not obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's rook g1, rook d1 there as well.
Yeah.
That I would have played over rook e1. So Ding continues to blitz out. So rook e1 must still be in his prep.
Kostya, if you played either of the moves you suggested, Black could play bishop c4, queen c4, queen e3.
Gotcha.
And I think the e3 pawn's a big deal.
Yeah.
Gives some access to the white king, and the e4 pawn becomes a passer.
So this one is just tactically forced.
Yeah.
Ding doesn't need Stockfish 17 to confirm that for him.
Yeah.
He checked it anyway, but yeah, he didn't need to.
Right.
Okay.
I'll say I think the ideal, Kostya, is for the player to not even check the computer, but for their seconds to check with the computer.
Right, and the player to look at the board.
To look at everything as a player.
Yeah.
So they really know like what they do or don't want.
Yeah, I was just saying rook g1, rook d1, much more obvious moves. Even if they did give the pawn, I would still look at these moves first and try to make them work. Shanklin rule before playing rook e1. But he just blitzed out rook e1, which means like, yeah, he's already looked at whether these moves work or not.
Yeah.
And they probably don't.
Yeah. Especially rook g1, right? Where after queen e3, your rook on d2 is unstable, your rook on g1 is attacked, and black's threatening rook b2. Um, that one definitely looks bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Shanklin rule is just like when you have a move you want to play, and then it seems like it doesn't work tactically. His rule is that you should examine it further and try to make it work.
Hmm.
And then if it does work, then you're a genius. And then if it doesn't work, you do have to give up on it. But
Yeah, but
that's the
it may
rule,
tell you what moves would or wouldn't prepare it.
right? Helps you prepare it as well.
Yeah.
So okay, Bishop E6 was the new move from Gukesh. Both of these correspondence games featured Queen F3.
Hmm.
And okay, I'm assuming, yeah, Team Ding had this all checked. Um, Now he's played Rook to E1, and okay, it's Gukesh, yeah, back in the tank. And now he has a chance. Maybe we could quickly evaluate this first. He's got a chance to remove the main imbalance, the knight versus bishop, by just trading.
Right.
Which, if I was trying to equalize as black, this would definitely be kind of the first move I would
First thing you'd look at, yeah.
evaluate. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, I agree. That's very logical. Also, there's the pawn hanging on a2, so you're not necessarily in a rush to do it. Like it doesn't look like white's going to play knight d6, bishop a2 just yet. So you could look at lots of other moves if you want to. Um, it's interesting. Each side has their king that could potentially get attacked, but the queen is on the opposite side, right? Like black's queen is on the side with their king, and white's queen is on the side with their king. And there's weak pawns at e3, h2, and c6, a7. So there's like this potential for the queens to eat pawns, but it would give files.
And I think we are back. Sorry about that, folks. Apologies,
Looks like
apologies.
you're right.
Um, but I promise we won't have any issues for now. But we are back. We are back. Let me check on YouTube.
Yep, I see a new stream on YouTube. They'll have to find us there, which is always just slightly annoying with YouTube, but
Yeah,
yeah.
it is super annoying.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Thanks, Adam, for letting us know that the YouTube's working again. Um, okay. So where we were with the game, I was just saying, Kostya, that it's not clear who should be playing on which side, like who's stronger where.
Yeah,
Normally, you'd attack the side that has the opponent's king, and they'd attack the side that has your king. But here, the rampaging queens give black some force advantage on the side of the board with their own king, and white's queen on the side with white's king. Plus, the pawn structures and the rampaging of pawns mean black has a pawn majority on the king side, and white on the queen side. So, for example, a candidate move for me here as black would be h5, h4, h3. That's like a plan for me right here.
yeah. I was thinking this H5 is very Gukesh-like, kind of counterintuitive, but kind of strong at the same time.
Hmm. Yeah, what I'm preparing to queen that pawn much faster if in some exchange of blows I'm able to get rid of the h pawn. I can even go g5, g4, g3 at some point, if I can't capture the h pawn.
Yeah.
Rook fd8 would be a very standard move as well, suggested by Wavelino. Yeah, going after the d file when white said, oh, I need a rook defending the e pawn, so I don't have two rooks available to fight for the open file. Although one potential problem, Wavelino, is that we've got a back rank mate. So when we go rook d8, white can play a move like rook takes d8, rook takes d8, queen e7. May not have any really comfortable move there for black. So that's another reason why I like h5 as my first move, is I'm trying to queen my h-pawn, but I'm also getting rid of the back rank mate. So I might continue pushing the h-pawn next, or I might go rook to d8 next, like what you want to do.
Yeah, I'm not really feeling like Black's bishop is that bad of a piece here. In fact, it
Hmm.
feels quite good. You
Yeah.
can fight on the king side. You can look at the queen side.
Hmm.
I wonder how. Yeah, Gukesh is approaching this position. Whether he feels like he's in danger or he seems like this is an opportunity because it's such a sharp situation. I mean, you could easily
Yeah.
see all three results happening here.
Yeah, Waverly note, you're you're right. White may or may not have a follow-up after that. I mean, one idea would be to play knight a5, knight c6 in a position after a rook trade. Um, but black seems to have enough counterplay with queen f2. Um, but at the moment, I don't see a clear threat from white, and probably I just haven't looked deeply enough at white's ideas because it's black's move. But I really like h5 first, getting rid of the back rank mate. And it's also like the aggressive me, I don't want to retreat my rook from the d file once I go to the d file. I don't want to make a draw with black. I don't want to repeat. So if white played queen e7, rook f8, queen back to c5 or something, I don't want to play rook d8 and take a draw. I want to press this position. I do feel pretty comfortable with black actually, having spent a few minutes looking at this position now.
Interesting. So you're gonna update your eval?
I had already updated it to point 0.1 from 0.15, and
Wow, the tide
that
is
was
turning.
that was already a little while ago. But mm, yeah, I mean, I might go as far as to go to 0.05, because I'm feeling pretty comfortable. Yeah, Asher, the move order was knight c4, bishop e6, rook d2, queen f3, and then rook he1. Yeah, and Wavelino likes black. Yeah, I mean, 0.05 is essentially just equality, and you see, I want to play h5, so that's a pretty, I'm playing for a win if I'm black. Kostya, somebody said something really nice about our commentary on one of the YouTube posts,
Wow.
1 or 2 rounds ago. They said in the end, they find all the engine moves. So this commentary allows me to see how one comes up with those moves versus just giving those moves.
Yeah. It's also just much more fun to find them versus like just seeing them.
Yeah. I think it's way more fun, but it was nice to know that we'd been, finding the relevant moves.
Yeah, for sure. I'd say that we do pretty good when we analyze.
If there was something missing from the no engine commentary, right, it could be that we just don't even see the moves that are possible. And so, we spend the whole game talking about rook e8 without noticing that black could play rook d8 and contest the file, right? That would be kind of frustrating, perhaps, for some people to watch if we just consistently never saw um, the moves that are available.
Yeah.
We'll definitely sometimes not see them. I would think that's sort of being human, right? Like you have to miss some moves here and there. But if we often find them, that's better than just never seeing them.
Right. I think for the most part, we'll do a pretty good job being thorough when there's chaotic position and see a lot of relevant lines. I also feel like if there's something that the players find that we miss, then that's super instructive because that just shows the difference right there between a super GM and several strong players analyzing a position. But yeah, so Gukesh tanking hard, and we never really did. We talk about what happens on bishop takes c4?
No, we
Okay.
haven't specifically.
Briefly, I'll just say that feels like it's going to be a little bit nice for white, just because the c pawn is very tender there. White's already putting a rook on the d file. So yeah, I would probably avoid this trade for black. I feel like there's no reason to give up the bishop.
Yeah. Somebody in chat asks if Gukesh's time is an issue. The
Well, yeah.
difference in time, because he's now down 40 minutes, right? That's doubled. Um, or is it not a big deal because they're kind of getting closer to move 40? It's a little early to say for sure. There was a point in yesterday's game where Jesse was claiming that the players were going to get into time trouble, and then, things clarified and it became clear they had plenty of time. So it really depends. Like, 2 moves from now, suddenly a repetition could crop up as being forced, and then it wouldn't be an issue. So far, from my perspective, it's not a big issue because of the 17 moves of theory that Gukesh knew. Even if he has to tank for 2 moves here, you'll see that he's probably making it to move 20 with an hour plus on the clock.
True.
And
Yeah, it's given him a huge head start on the 40 moves.
and when he gets to move 20, the fact that he's just tanked on moves 17 and 19 um will mean that he's looked up to move 25 or 30. So he's got like he'll have a bunch of knowledge of the coming moves that he's just created for himself, fresh valuable signposts for maneuvering or yeah, for maneuvering his way through the next several moves. So I think right now it's fine. It's not particularly dangerous clockwise. I think there's a decent chance the game remains tense though versus instantly petering.
Yeah, no, it's definitely tense.
Candidate moves other than h5 and rook fd8. I don't know. G5, G4 might be a candidate move too. I don't love weakening dark squares though, so would not be my first idea. Mm, potentially f6 is a move. What do you think, Kostya? That would be another way of developing the f8 rook
f6, wow.
and challenging dark squares. I mean, if we're trying to be thorough, I like h5 and rook d8 look really good. I don't know how hard I would look for other candidates if I were playing versus commentating.
Frisky f6, wow, let me think.
It may allow queen c6, winning a pawn in the current position. Queen c6 probably just blunders rook c8 and the knight on c4, but f6 undefends the bishop, and after queen c6, bishop's hanging. You don't have rook c8. If you take on c4, queen c4 is check, so f6 probably just hangs a pawn. Demonic Pact, we can consider a5 if you want us to, but maybe tell us, do you have a point in mind with a5? Because that a pawn just kind of looks like it's dead.
Oh, he takes. Panzer
Hmm.
trait. Wow.
I think the bishop and knight were pretty close in value. I don't think one was obviously stronger than the other.
Yeah, I like the bishop there, but
Hmm.
I can't imagine this is huge for white.
You know, Kostya, maybe he was worried about rook d8, knight d6, bishop a2. I don't know, queen c6 or something, and the knight being a bit better than his bishop in that position.
So it was
Kind of
rook d8.
knight d6, maybe,
Mm-hmm.
allowing the a2 pawn to go, but kind of trying to dominate black's rooks with the knight, and then play queen c6, and maybe he thinks white's a little better there. White's maybe got the idea of queen e4. I mean, it's not super convincing, or maybe continuing the middle game somehow.
Yeah, I don't know. I find white's position quite loose in general.
Yeah, same.
But yeah, I'm sure Gukesh went deep on all these lines and decided
Hmm.
bishop c4 to me feels like kind of a bailout.
Yeah.
But, okay. Um, yeah, especially considering just how quickly Ding's playing, I would also be tempted to just go for a position that I know is solid enough.
Hmm. Right. Like if h5 is super crazy and murky, the fact that your opponent is still blitzing, has all their time, it might make you a little more risk averse, even if the position looks fine to you. Yeah, it's easy for me to be confident when I'm not sitting across from Ding myself.
Yeah. Ding doesn't really scare me, to be honest.
Hmm.
The old Ding would have, but the new Ding doesn't.
Okay. Hmm.
Not that I would draw or anything. It's just
Hmm.
I would try to be ambitious. You only get one chance against the champ.
Yeah. So, chat says f6 now is very interesting. What?
Very interesting. Giving the arbiter something to do.
Okay, queen f5 played. Attacking the e pawn and perhaps preventing the move e6 that some in chat were wondering, is white threatening e6? Looked like a move white might play. It basically depends on your definition of threat. Like e6 might have slightly improved white's position. Do you call that a threat? Maybe. Certainly e6 wasn't like, checkmating or forking black's pieces or anything.
Yeah. Um,
Francois thinks h5 was probably good, but would you play it in a world title match? I guess Kostya would. Kostya wasn't feeling scared. I wasn't feeling scared.
I don't know if I would have played h5, but I would have played it if I thought it was the best move.
Yeah.
And Ding seems to be thinking for the first time today.
Should I check the cam to confirm that for you?
So he might be out of book. I'll drop the cam for everyone
Yeah.
in chat if you want to see the players without engines.
Hmm.
And this is actually the players in their natural habitat. They're at the board, and there are no engines in sight. The players also, a lot of people don't know this, the
Hmm.
players also don't get access to neither the engine nor the eval bar.
Right. It's not like a pure capricious quirk of ours to go without engines ourselves. It's actually an amazing idea to imitate the environment of the players. have a better understanding of what they're going through and what they're feeling. Because what's amazing about a world championship match is kind of what the two players are going through.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, just any chess game, it's like I think you get a much closer picture to what the players are thinking if you're looking at the board yourself and not looking at what the engine thinks. Because the engine, I think, just kind of completely skews your perspective.
I'm going to move my evaluation up a tiny bit after that bishop for knight trade, actually. Back up to 0.13. Because now whites first have a rook on the open file. And so there's some chance of white controlling the d file, right? And then black's c6 and e pawns look c6 and e4 pawns look nicely attacked by white's rooks. I would maybe slightly want to be white here, which means I slightly don't like bishop takes c4, Kostya. Yeah. I think I really liked h5. I know it was like my first instinct, and then we talked for 20 minutes, and I haven't really changed my my ideas in all of that time.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's a difficult position. It's also 4 a.m. So not totally sure. I do still feel like, yeah, I would probably take white here. Okay, thought process question. When you're calculating or trying to figure out what to do, are you looking at moves that hold on to your e pawn, or are you trying to trade like queen takes e5, queen takes c6?
I mean, I'd love to get my rooks active, to double on the d file and control the d file. But the fact that rook ed1, queen e5 attacks my h pawn, I'm reluctant to play rook d7, queen h2, right? That's like one pawn too far for me from the white perspective. And if I can't post my rook actively, then I'm less pumped about sacking the first pawn. But, maybe I could play rook ed1, queen e5, queen c6, Kostya. And, I don't know. It's tough to sack all my pawns. A little tough.
Oh, I see our Zoom is opening up. Get this going here.
Hmm. Asher's thinking of rook f1 to f4. Yeah, that makes some sense. That way you've got some pressure against f7. Yeah, I could believe that line, actually. Yeah, my camera may be a bit off because Jesse has just joined the call and Kostya's working on realigning the cameras. Don't worry about it. Yeah, this plan from Asher makes sense to me. Bringing the e1 rook to f4. He defends the h-pawn, pressures f7, could potentially follow up with rook d7 next, which is kind of my dream. That said, I'm also pretty confident that black has a defense to that idea.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. I think maybe queen b5 from black to reduce the pressure against f7 might be a clean move for black. Queen trade is going to be very drawish. You need like much more than any player has here to win a rook endgame at this point. They're far from the advantage
Well,
required to win a rook endgame.
it's possible. Like, I mean, if we get into a rook endgame where white has 3 versus 1 on the queen side and black has 4 versus 2, then those can be like super sharp.
Yes. But I think also drawn if played well.
Objectively, yeah, but
Yeah.
in practice, those definitely I feel like could be quite chaotic.
Yeah. And if after rook f1, queen e5, rook f4, queen b5, if white plays queen e4 to avoid the queen trade, then it almost feels like white took the pawn back too quickly because after rook e8, the e3 pawn is so tender. And that sort of shows that the white king is a little bit open with the c pawn moved and he's not yet tucked at a1. So it feels like comfortable counterplay for black as well, to me. So, well, yeah, Wavelino, I think we're going to focus on the live position rather than going back to a line from 5 moves ago right now because there's enough going on here that it doesn't make sense to go look at something from a long time ago. I mean, yeah, it's just not going to be as relevant to most people watching the game.
Yeah, at this point the position has changed a lot because bishop and knight have come off and we've castled. And yeah, by the way, folks, in general, we're happy to analyze all lines. You just, we won't be able to get to everything. So it's just, we do our best to kind of look at the stuff that we feel like is most relevant. We got Jesse in. Hello, Jesse. Hold on. Don't have the best mic from you yet.
Yeah, I can't hear Jesse really.
That's because it was on the side.
Oh, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
And then the camera is also a bit slow, but I think that's the internet connection. I'm not sure if that's on our end or what, but the audio is good, so that's good.
Is my video choppy like Jesse's?
No, yours is good.
I can see that the audio is choppy. Just give it a second. I just got here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so yeah, for Jesse, for everyone else, we had London system, lots of theory, and Ding. Actually, yeah, this is the first time he's thought at all in this game, and now he's been thinking for like over 10 minutes. So
Mm-hmm.
we found the book. We finally left Ding's book.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Can I recap it?
Let's do it.
Okay, let's start with bishop b5 check.
Yeah, because you're actually the only London guy here, in fact, so you should know a thing or two.
Yeah.
Well, the bishop b5 is a little weird. It wasn't weird for Gukesh. It is a little weird for me. I have played it. It's funny. I've played a bishop b5 a lot of times. If you imagine c5, I really like the move knight d2 on move 5 instead of c3. And then, so I've played actually a lot of games with knight d2, knight c6, and then bishop b5. So I know that position, but it feels a little weird to do it this way. Knight c6 is forced anyway. bc is forced anyway. Queen takes his force anyway. So all this time, right? So anytime Gukesh needs to think that is on move 9. And it seems harmless, but Queen A4 is setting up Queen A3. Does Black need to worry about it? Interesting question. So Gukesh thinks 2 minutes and says, I'm not worried about it. Ding says, no, you maybe should be. Queen A3. And then we're going to get knight E4. And that's a sign that it's that he knows what he's doing with knight E4, because you that's a move you would have to calculate, but he only spent a minute and a half on knight E4. And then quickly played knight FD2 E5. Which that would you would have to know something, right?
Yeah, I mean, E5 is a move that we said, I wouldn't even think of. If you thought of it and played it, it would be like a 20 to 30-minute deal.
Right. Okay, so now this whole thing, Queen C5, Queen G6, Knight D2, Queen G2, holy smokes.
Yeah, and Ding was just blitzing this all out, so clearly well prepped for him.
Yeah, DE5 also. And then Rook B8 looks like the first kind of sort of think there from Gukesh. So yeah, Ding wins the battle of the opening.
Right.
And it's funny, after yesterday's round, I was like, maybe Ding is just gonna kind of just play very basic, sit on your hands chess. And the London is maybe even a good way of doing it. So this actually looks like a real opening victory for Ding. And now we have Queen F5. Okay, so now they're on their own. Well, I don't know. I guess I would say White's a little better, right?
Logically speaking, yeah, you would think so. Right.
Okay, and we have I have to open up our Dojo eval. Yeah. Okay, this will be fun. I think this is a great opening for Ding, because he obviously, anytime he's going to get a situation where he knows what he's doing and his opponent doesn't, that's fantastic. And he, I think, wants these positional grinding situations where I feel like I was thinking about it and I was like, Gukesh is not comfortable. He wants positions where you can calculate, and Ding is just playing reasonable positional chess, and Gukesh is losing his mind, dude. Losing his mind. So this is exactly the position that he wants.
I do think Gukesh is stronger, not necessarily not in positional games, but is stronger in positions that are good for him than in positions that are bad for him. Obviously, everybody prefers to have an advantage over a disadvantage, right? But I think there are people who maybe defend a little bit better than him if there were a weakness for him relative to other 2780, 2790 players.
Yeah. I just feel like there was a bunch of positional moves in the, like yesterday, G4. I was like, oh, I was thinking about it and I was like, oh God, that was nasty. And then round 1, man, when he played some nasty moves, and it was just like, oh, dude.
I mean, G4 was a fine move yesterday.
Okay.
It's like visually nasty, but objectively a perfectly good move. I'm sure it was in the top 2 or 3 engine moves.
Well, maybe. I mean, there wasn't that many moves to make. To me, it was just like play knight F1 and then you keep going. You see what Black does. You play knight F1, then you keep going. He just plays. He thought forever and played rook E1 G4. Oh my gosh. Yeah, but okay. Obviously, if he's weaker positionally, it's not gonna like it's not like a massive thing. It's actually just a cool thing where he could grow, and it's not surprising that at 18 years old you haven't really had a lot of time to do positional chess,
Yeah. P-Mork wants to know why we think white is better. My reason is white's first to the open file, and white's queen on c4 is just slightly more active or nicely placed, attacking two of black's weak pawns.
Right. And to that, I would add that we can easily imagine the queens coming off quickly and then the king will be better. If the queens come off, then we are going to see a race. And it seems like white's a little bit faster in the race. Um, so, for example, imagine a variation like queen c6, queen e5, queen d5. The business comes off, and then white is better with the d file, the king, and then the race. That's not over by any means, but you got to like white there with the better rooks, better king, uh,
Mhm.
and yada yada.
Right. To such an extent that black could consider playing queen e7 or something, right? Just to not let the white king suddenly be better.
Right, and then in that case, then we can start bullying you with like queen d6, queen d7, that
Sure.
kind of.
And black can try and like dodge around, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There's
But
a lot
like
of
you
board,
said,
not many pieces.
we own the d file, and
Yeah.
at some point, maybe if we need to, we play rook d4.
Hmm.
Okay, so actually, David, you wanted to do an endgame sensei thing where we played out endgames from this match. I don't know. We have so many things. We have so many things that we got going on at Dojo. I don't know if we're gonna do it, but this would be an interesting one. And so maybe we can start a little guess the move. Um, I think it's Queen C6, but and I don't know what my other candidate moves are, honestly. I think it's Queen C6. Maybe Rook F1. Maybe.
Hmm.
Rook F1 would be with the idea of Queen E5, Rook D7.
Queen d7. Rook d7. Oh man. Rook d7, queen takes h2, no?
I'm just saying, I'm just throwing out ideas.
Okay.
So,
We have
because,
an idea, Jesse, that starts with rook f1, but after queen e5, we play rook f4,
mm,
covering the h pawn, tickling e4, and preparing rook d7 next.
yeah, that's also a thought. Mhm.
Very sharp, this heavy piece endgame.
Which is one reason I'm gonna go guess the move with Queen C6. Because I know my boy Dig. He doesn't want the complications, dude.
That's kind of how he's been playing so far. Um,
Yeah. So actually,
Sometimes, yeah. Hmm.
here's a fun story, David. Because we were doing the commentary yesterday, and there was all kinds of moves from a human point of view that you could question before the rook takes e5 or where you play de instead of rook takes e5.
Hmm.
So I'm watching Carlson has a little recap, with Levy and some lady with an eval bar. And she goes, after they do their preliminary discussions about blah, 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 which lasts forever, she's like, well, okay, well, we should probably head to move 23 then, because that's the first time the engine jumped. And it was like right before that, there was like the G4 question. There was like Ding's other possibilities besides bishop d7, and there was the other
Hmm.
possibilities instead of he could have won a
And so
pawn.
the move that she wanted to jump to was d takes e5, double
Yeah,
question mark.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Um,
I could not believe that blunder, Jesse. I mean, and I saw his like comment in the I saw like a transcript of his comments, right, from the press conference. And he
Mm-hmm.
was like, "Oh yeah, I was surprised by knight d3." And I'm like, "Well, what were you expecting? What were you looking at, dog?"
Yeah. Yeah.
Like this is all stuff that I would see in a blitz game, honestly. This this rookie 5d5 knight d3.
Right.
Um yeah, I could not understand the explanation
But so
for
what
that.
I wanted to say was like before he even gets the chance to play D takes E5, which we thought that was a quality. Before he even gets that chance, like Ding had a number of chances to really kind of go for it in a more ambitious way. And then when that end game happened, we felt like, oh my God, there were so many chances where he could have been more ambitious.
Hmm.
Right. So, anyways, I look at this position and I'm like, well, the basic move to play here, if you just wanted to keep it safe and simple, is Queen C6, and Rook F1 is the hectic one.
Hmm.
One reason I'm just a little bit I don't believe in Rook F1 is that's not my side of the board over there. You
Hmm.
know, it's sure we can check it and stuff, but that's not my side of
I
the
mean,
board.
it's based on the idea, Jesse, you want to maybe activate the rook on d2,
Okay,
but
but
I
let's say
don't
we
love
do.
sacking the h2 pawn, right? So,
But if you go Rook F1, Queen E5, Rook F4, now let's
mhm.
just say I go Rook B7, you know? You're not going to hurt me anymore after that, right?
I could go queen c6 and then take on e4, and I have an extra pawn, no?
No, because then I play Rook E7 once you play Queen C6.
Mm.
Rook d5. It's
Or
kind of
rook
active for white.
or rook d4, right?
Rook
Attacking it
d4
again. What
as
are you gonna
well.
do?
Rook D4, if I need to, I can play F5.
No, 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 no.
That's my side of the board. Black can move over there.
Okay.
But rook d4, f5, rook d5.
Maybe. I mean, that would be the kind of stuff you'd need to believe in if you were going to do that.
I believe in taking the pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was rook f4. I feel like there's better than rook b7.
Okay. Maybe. I will say I do not believe in Rook F4, but we can look.
I mean,
Um,
I'd planned queen b5 in that position, and I felt like I'm within the drawing margin for black with that.
yeah, Queen B5 looks reasonable. Yeah, Rook F4. Queen B5 probably simpler.
I think
Okay, so
Jesse's queen
queen
c6 to
d5.
d5 is maybe the most dangerous thing Ding can do in the current position. But I would only give it like point 0.2, I'm not terrified,
I gave it
mildly uncomfortable.
I gave it point 0.3. I gave it
Okay.
point 0.3. Yeah.
Yeah, let's look at queen c6 a bit, if you guys don't mind. So queen c6, queen e5, queen d5.
Hmm.
And if for whatever reason I might come back and change it to Queen D6, but Queen D5 is the more natural move.
Somebody in chat suggests e6 as another candidate move in the live position, just putting it on your guys' map. We should continue looking a little bit at this queen b5 move, of course, but
Oh, it's too early for me. Yeah, of course we should look at E6. Yeah. Actually, no. No. Wait, because we think Queen takes E6, and then what do we got after that?
they're trading and playing rook d6.
Yeah. But then you're inviting him in?
Rook f2
Oh,
might end that line, right?
yeah, Rook F2. But yeah, at some point, E6. I don't know actually what point you would get it.
Yeah, it's definitely a move you look at, but right, doesn't seem to work here.
This is one of the first positions in the entire match where Ding like has the small initiative, right? Like a little bit
Hmm.
better, and it's like now it's up to him to try to grind this out, right? Actually, right? It's the first time.
Hmm.
I think it's so amazing that there's to talk about a world championship victory where you're just trying to win by playing defense, right? When we're, Kramnik
Hmm.
Kasparov 2000 came off. And I don't want to be a party pooper. I kind of think this will end in a draw quickly. Not to say that the position is a draw. I think White can play for a little bit, but I don't know if Ding has the zhuzh to really press this for a couple hours because that's what you would need here.
Defense wins championships.
Also, grinding end games like this is going to win some championships.
Mm-hmm.
So after that queen c6, queen d5 move,
Yeah.
I think probably queen e7 for black. Is that
I
reasonable?
was thinking that too. Keep queens on the board,
And
so
then
it's harder for white to push the pawns.
let's just talk about it. I was making a big claim that if you do trade, that White's advantage is kind of significant. And I'm just looking at the position now with the queens off, and I guess, like, are we saying it's a little better? Or are we saying it's clearly better with the queens off?
A little better.
A little better. Okay.
But
I'm
I
still,
mean, I would play queen e7 because I think the position should be in the range of point 0.2, and if I trade queens, it might be in the range of point 0.4. I mean, if you trade queens, I mean, you want to defend that rook ending because I think we easily could still. I would probably play a move like rook b7 first to defend my second rank, and then next I'm going to play f5 and g5 and activate my pawns too, right?
I think that endgame looks very pleasant for white because the king is already active and helping the pawns. But I'm happy to spar it out.
Yeah.
okay. One reason I ask is because now I'm going to try to hunt down your queen, obviously, and then I want to know, like, in what situations can I trade it off and still believe in the power of my madness? Now, in general, by the way, too, with Queen E7, just as a rule of thumb, if we can get the more active queen in these positions, then we can also just say, "Oh, I'm better." And so, for example, after Queen E7, a very basic move would be Rook ED1, and just say, "Well, I'm better." And we can calculate, like I'm also calculating Queen D6, Queen D7, yada yada. But I also know that just Rook ED1, and then I'm better because of the active queen in the file.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe better, but I look at this position with queens on the board as being very hard for white to press without taking on a lot of risk.
Yeah,
Well,
I
right.
played
And
g6 here to alleviate my back rank and my g file.
uh-huh. Totally. And also, let's just add, right, what Kostya is saying is like it's easy for me to just say, oh, I know I got to be better and I feel confident about that. But, I definitely don't want to be opening my kimono anytime soon with like C4, C5, right? That's not going to happen right away.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm just leaving queens on the board, so you worry about that.
Yeah. But I think that's also maybe a chump GM perspective, right? Because for us, we have been traumatized in the past by trying to play this position with the queens on, and then there's more violence happening. But at a higher level, they might just be like, I'm not going to give you the active queen on D5. You crazy? What do you think I am, man? Yeah. So for example, actually, let's do that position. So Queen E7, Rook ED1, and let's do David's G6 for a second. I think a reasonable building move there would probably be Rook D4. And then next I'll play Rook 1 D2.
Hmm.
And I'm just saying I'm taking it all over, boss.
Hmm. Yeah, you're just slowly building.
And at some point, I'll play queen d6.
Yeah. Whenever you do, I'll probably play queen g5, right? Just dodge around. Um, okay, but first I maybe have to defend this e-pawn. Or
Yeah.
maybe I just go queen h4 here. Go after the h pawn.
Yeah, I have to be careful about. I mean, if queen h4 works, then I have to be really careful about that kind of thing. Maybe it does, and then I don't want to play rook d4. And that's again an example of how I have to be very vigilant about allowing counterplay and stuff with the queens on.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Ding's been thinking for 30 minutes, so the clock advantage is becoming much more reasonable quickly here. They are at move 20, so they each have more than an hour to make 20 moves. They're both fine on the clock. Well, it's a pretty deep think from Ding here.
Gotcha. Oh, wait a minute. There's it's hard to find. Oh, there it is. I'm looking for the stream where I can watch him.
Where you can see them.
Yeah, I found it. Yeah. Actually, I'll post this. This is just such a cool stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying just watching Ding think. He looks up a lot at Gukesh.
Yeah, dude, he's been looking at it, man.
It's always throwing little stares.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I don't think I've never been a looker. I don't know what I gain too much from looking at my opponent, but these people are
Wow.
looking all the time.
Wow, KGB never taught you, Jesse, about looking at your opponent? I feel like it's definitely a Soviet thing. You learn everything. You learn like if they're confident, what side of the board they're looking at.
But definitely not all the time. Like it's almost like a nervous affect when you're looking at them every 5 seconds, you know.
Yeah, you have to be, you have to balance it.
Yeah, Ding's looking at him like every 3 seconds. It's just open. It's just I look at the board. Oh my God, yeah, he's insane. He's looking at the board and then him, the board, him.
Oh, he's really doing it a lot right now. Yeah, he's nervous or something.
Yeah.
I bring it up a little bit because last night I was watching the stream with Andy Woodward as white against Fabi as black. And Woodward was like so nervous he couldn't even look at the board, and he would either look at Fabi or look away. He was that nervous. And yeah, I think if if your eyes are bouncing all around, you're kind of in a nervous situation. Gukesh ain't looking all over the place. He's either closing his eyes deep in that little inner board or he's looking at the board, you know?
I mean, you do need to have some focus to play well, right? At some point, you have to just get deep into the position in front of you as well.
Right.
Maybe both Nick Zido. We don't know for sure. Or Nick Zidu. Could be both a good fight and a draw.
Oh, he's shaking his head a little bit.
Yeah, I think whether or not to look at your opponent depends on how open a book they are. Kasparov was mostly a pretty open book, very emotional, so it could make sense to look at him to gauge what's going on. Gukesh is pretty calm and stoic, so I don't know how much you're gaining by looking at him.
Guys, let me ask a basic question. Can't we rule out rook f1 because of queen e6?
Because of queen e6?
Yeah, that feels very logical actually, because all these rook end games, a lot of the single rook end games seem okay for black. Though, yeah, black gets really quick counterplay in the f file. If he takes on e6.
That would be a pretty amazing pawn structure there.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you take then my F file, and I shouldn't be worse.
Well, maybe takes and then rook f4, Jesse, and there's still some work to do. I guess you trade and go rook f8 anyway, huh?
Something like
You don't
that.
go rook f5?
Unfortunately not.
Okay. Dang. Yeah, that makes sense. By the way, I want to remind folks, rook f5, queen f5. This is the first time Ding has thought all game, and he's thought for like 40 minutes here, basically.
And one thing I'm going to do is we don't do here at the dojo, we don't do a computer eval, but what I can do is go to the dojo database, and I'll look up the games. I'll look up to see when we left theory here.
I mean, we know that from chat, Jesse. They looked it up.
Oh, those jerks.
What do you mean?
Was
You think Kostya and I were just going to wait around for you? We've got chat.
We got chat. All right, I'm gonna just look for myself here for a second.
There's an Aronian Dominguez game from 2 years ago, and then there's 2 correspondence games.
Yeah, this thing went deep, man. So D takes E5 was the first new move. Holy moly. And actually, yeah, so DE5 was the first new move, and then Rook B8 was the first think from Gukesh.
Yeah.
That's some deep prep, yeah.
Yeah. And the 2 correspondence games went, I think, Rook B8, Knight C4, Queen F3. And he went Rook B8, Knight C4, Bishop E6. Which Bishop E6 was the very human move that I was thinking I would play.
So what we're saying is 16 DE5 is not in our database, but is in some correspondence database.
In 2 correspondence games, it's already been played. Yeah.
Oh, we need that in our database. How come
you want all the correspondence games in there?
I guess, yeah. I mean, why not?
Do you want the computer chess games in there too? Because there's these like leagues where the computers play against each other.
Right. I definitely want those games over the Blitz games. Tell you that. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely want that.
Yeah. Ding's had a long think here, folks. I could pretty much have gone to the gym, done a workout, and come back. Almost. On
That's
this
great.
one move.
That's a kind of short workout there, buddy.
It'll
You
be a little bit
better need
short.
to step it up.
Yeah.
My
My gym's probably not open at 2 a.m. anyway.
Oh, Matt Chess already put Jack in contact with the U.S. delegate for the ICCF. Yeah, that'd be awesome. I agree. I think it'd be nice to have correspondence games because they work very hard on the openings, so it can be useful. Yeah, Ding's about to catch up with Gukesh here in a minute. But this is the modern approach. You have very deep prep, and then as soon as you're out of prep, that first move or two is very, very critical as you're trying to figure out how exactly you're supposed to achieve your computer edge.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of times it's really tricky because you've memorized something and the computer was telling you that you were better, but you might not really you might think you understand, but then you actually like, I don't actually get it. And then you're like, oh my God, I don't really get it. And the computer has some crazy move here that I don't understand. So now I have to tank forever to find said move. And then a lot of times you end up just doing something weird.
David, squat, bench, deadlift.
Also, he's thinking about another candidate move besides Queen C6. And I don't know really what it is. Because I feel like Rook F1 isn't it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know what the other move is that he's looking at.
And Rook ED1, someone asked why not play Rook ED1 first, but then after Queen E5, I don't see any particular benefit. It feels pretty similar to what we're looking at. You probably play Queen C6 there, and Then I still probably play g6 for black, and then you put your queen on the d file, maybe. I don't know. It seems pretty similar.
David, someone asking what kind of lifts you do at the gym.
David's a swim freak, Kostya. Did you know about this?
Swim freak?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a whole regime, man.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, there you go.
Yeah. I mean, I also have like so at the Y that I go to, included in your membership, you can see a personal trainer 4 times a year. So I saw a personal trainer once for the first time in my life, and they gave me a workout. And so I've done that workout, that exact workout many times. Since then, it's kind of like 7 different exercises, different like weights or machines, and just gradually increasing the weights on each step of the workout. But other than that, doing the workout again and again. So,
All right, looks like he played Queen C6. I called that one, baby. I
yeah.
called that one.
But right now, I find the swimming days more fun than the lifting days.
Yeah.
Gukesh has responded.
Yeah, he didn't seem happy about taking that pawn. But I like that he used Gukesh's clock as a deadline. I often do that too. When I'm taking, I'm like, I'm just not going to go below my opponent. So I have to decide before I fall under them.
Mm-hmm.
So good idea. And now...
To dispel any illusions, Nigel and everyone else, I'm not getting particularly strong by doing all this exercise. But I don't know.
Kostya, you were gonna do some. You were gonna start some regime. Have you started some
He
regime?
had like an app and a thing too, right? And some kind of gym where everybody's on the same app.
I think that was a while ago. I have since fallen off. But I'm trying to get back on it. So I've just been focused on the chess regime. I've gotten my chess training in order, so I've been pretty consistent about that.
That's
but
good.
I haven't been able to. I guess I walk a lot. I do a lot of walking.
Walking
Yeah.
doesn't count.
What? Walking is good for your health, Jesse. It might even be healthier than lifting weights, but I think, maybe a little mix.
No. I mean, it's fine to walk. It's not gonna hurt you, but it's not gonna.
Yeah, no. I gotta beast it up at some point. But that's the next step. That's the next step. I got St. Louis Masters starting very soon, actually. 2 days.
All right, yeah, dude, nice. Tell us about that tournament while we're waiting for Ding to move. By the way, I'll make a quick spiel here. When I was a kid, I remember these positions struck me as just interminably boring. And one way in which I know I'm old is now I find them very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I was a kid, I was like, well, what is it I'm even supposed to think about here? And I think a lot of players when I go over games, at the graduation show, and they get to a position like this, they just kind of stop annotating it because they're just like, well, this is dumb. I'll just make a move. Right? Because it's like, it's hard for them to think about. Anyways, I'll stop my little rant there. Kostya, tell us about this amazing tournament.
Yeah, so St. Louis Masters recently announced, featuring basically almost every strong player in St. Louis. It's going to be super strong. It's got like 35 GMs. I'm number 50 or something out of 60 players, or 55. So it's absolutely stacked tournament. I'm excited to play.
You're like the bottom seed?
I'm one of the lowest
Nearly.
rated players. Yeah, I think maybe there's a couple 2250s.
Uh-huh.
But I'm basically the bottom 10 for sure.
When does the tournament start and end? How many rounds is it?
And it's going to be 9 rounds starting December 3rd, which is Tuesday. running through the 7th.
So it's 2 rounds a day, most of it.
Yeah, it'll be 2 rounds per day. Caruana is playing this as well. So he's playing this U.S. Masters event and the St. Louis Masters for the FIDE circuit, trying to get some points because he has to play a couple open events. Yeah, very exciting. I mean, I'm hoping to play well. I mean, it's a great opportunity, just get to play like a GM every round, basically. Super fun. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. They're going to be broadcasting too, doing commentary and everything. So,
Yeah.
should be big events.
So yeah, dude, okay, let's just back up for the fans. So this new FIDE World Championship cycle has this FIDE circuit in it, and it's, as a fan, I want to say it's very hard for me to understand how the points are allocated and which events count. Maybe you have some insight on that, but before we even break that down, it is cool that it's forcing Fabi to play in these events like the U.S. Masters, where then people like Woodward get a chance to play the guy. Do you
Yeah.
understand it, Kostya, how it works?
I don't really know the details. I know like some points, like they really try to encourage players playing for first place. So like winning an open tournament might grant you more points than getting like third in some super tournament or something like that. So there's some strange calculations they make. I know a lot of the players were complaining about it. But yeah, basically it considers how well you did or how well you placed in the tournament against how strong the top 8 or 10 players of the tournament were. So it takes like the average rating of the top players and kind of gives each tournament a rating, in it, so to speak, and then gives you points. But yeah, basically Caruana and Arjun are leading right now. They're kind of neck and neck. Arjun is playing the Qatar Masters, which is super, super strong too. And pretty exciting end of year with all these events.
So first of all, I got it. Queen C6 was played.
Yeah.
Jesse for the win. Queen D5, Jesse
And-
for the win.
and the next
Queen
move.
E7, I think that's Pruess for the win because I was a little uncertain, about.
I mean, these are all the moves that we predicted.
Yeah, I was just saying on Queen E7, I wasn't 100%. I thought that was probably correct, but I think there's maybe a certain kind of player, like a KGB, might be like, oh, you are being too fancy. You take on D5, and that is a position you understand. Of course you can hold it. What is wrong with you? He might tell me something like that.
Yeah.
Why do you always have to do this to me? Like that kind of talk.
Yeah.
So Queen E7, definitely the more spicy fighting move.
A move I didn't think of earlier when we were looking at this position is immediate Queen D7 next.
Of course, no, the white's got all kinds of things here.
Right, saying if you dodge me, maybe I grab the A pawn.
Well, but his intention clearly is Queen D7, Queen H4.
And then Queen A7, Queen E1. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so white has this. Okay, I thought Queen C6 was like the obvious move. And then here, I think there's a lot of different moves, right? So we talked about Rook ED1. There's Queen D6. There's Queen D7. In general, yes, I want to trade the queens. So that's why things like D6 and D7 come to mind. But also, it has to be said, like I said before, that we want the queen to be centralized there on the D5 square.
Right. And the fact that black prefers the queens over white means that white was able to bully the black queen off the best square. Now the white queen is on the best square.
Exactamundo. And we should analyze that, but I just want to give something that struck me from doing the last night. So Fabi lost to this dude, Theodoru, and then beat Woodward. And the Woodward game, by the way, that could have, I don't know. I felt like an obvious rook endgame draw, but the kid didn't know how to draw it. And he was freaking out. It was really interesting. The kid was under starstruck playing Fabi, and he was just, his eyes were bugging out, looking everywhere. Almost as bad as Ding, looking at the board, looking at his opponent, looking at the board. Anyways, so, Fabi, yeah, it's a big deal, I guess, whether he wins or second places that for this circuit points business going forward. Okay, enough of other things. Let's consider this position.
Man, Theodoru has beaten Fabi and Arjun this year.
Right.
We got to move Queen D6.
Queen D6 played. That's smart, taking away the E5 square.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the intention is on Queen H4, I might play Queen G3.
Yeah. But let's go Queen G5 for black, maybe.
I could still play Queen D3, but
You can, but then I've got the whole queen side to run to, right? I've got a lot of squares like Queen A5.
I take it back. On
What
Queen
pair?
G5, I have Rook. Well, no, I don't. I don't want to do Rook G5 because then you have Queen G2.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, let's consider Queen G5. I think that's a good candidate move.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one move that you guys are going to hate, but it wouldn't be dumb, would be to just repeat with Queen D5.
I don't mind. I'll play Queen E7. I'm slightly worse. Go for it.
They told me to always repeat. So
Okay, well, repeat all you want.
You guys want me
We're
to
in
check? I'll
analysis.
repeat in the analysis. Let's repeat in the analysis. Let's make good habits. So Queen D5, Queen E7, Queen D6, Queen G5. Okay, and now it's
that's good habits, right?
White's movie.
Yeah, I hope
It's
you enjoyed
actually-
repeating because it didn't phase me.
I actually have a very hard time repeating, and like when the actual game happens, I'm always like, "Oh, this is too complicated."
Well, for me, it takes me longer than 30 seconds to double check that like they have to repeat, and I'm going to get the same position again. So it's like it's pointless. But no, it's usually a good idea.
Yeah, Achilles, if you don't know Theodoru, I mean, he's a pretty strong player. He's over 2,600 now. He's having a really great year. I mean, I don't know if there's anyone else who's beaten Fabi and Arjun this year. In fact, I mean, I don't think there's anyone else who's beaten Arjun this year, period. Actually, maybe. No, that's not true. Cheetah beat Arjun at the Chennai Super Jam tournament to tie for first.
Also, I want to add, David, that if Queen H4, I think I put you off by playing Queen G3. I don't really want to dislocate my queen like that. So
Don't worry, you didn't put me off. I wasn't worried. I just thought I would go to G5.
no, I think your G5 is fine, but I just want to stress if Queen H4,
Yeah.
I'm not totally sold on Queen G3. Because it's Queen H5 or something, and then my queen is no longer in the center where
I can also play
Kinda
Queen
cool.
E7, right? What do I care? I'm doing fine.
Boss, I'm not saying you're doing fine. I'm just trying to understand the position, okay?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, right now, I feel like I still have some latitude, right? I've got more than one move for black.
Now, when I repeat, part of that intuition is I wasn't quite certain what I was going to do against this Queen G5 thing.
Yep.
But Ding probably has a deeper idea that I'm not, or might have another idea that I don't see yet.
Still working on deepening his idea here.
And let's say the obvious, I need to be careful about Rook D8 stuff. I don't want to allow Rook D8.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a move.
Oh, Queen G5 and Queen D5 was quick.
Oh, I'm good, boss. Give it to me, buddy.
Ooh, I don't like this, guys. I don't like this. I don't like
Well,
this.
I don't mind it. We're chilling here.
we're chilling. Yeah, ding and chill. Now, first of all, I think actually I did say this might end in a draw, but I do think that after Queen E7, he's going to try something else.
I just feel like he played Queen D5 too fast. I'm just getting a bad vibe from Ding right now.
By the way, dude, I feel like if he forces this to a draw, that as fans, we should appreciate the drama because it he is really would then be trying to win the world championship without ever actually trying to win. And it's maybe not the dumbest thing.
That is the strategy that I laid out for people. I will say, because I said Gukesh is very dangerous when you beat him. Because Ding beat him in game 1, and then what happened? He lost in game 3 very quickly. So I'm with Ding. Just don't beat the kid. Let him go crazy trying to beat you, and then maybe you win game 14 when he doesn't have a chance to come back. That's how you do it.
Let me just say, Gukesh is, in my opinion, a little bit better with a equal or good position. I I think when you get a small advantage, it'd be reasonable to make him suffer if you can.
Also, one of the things I'll say about this kind of ending is it's very taxing, just even physically, because there's so many moves that you have to calculate with the queen swinging this way, queen swinging that way, and it's easy to screw it up. So, um, I I know all about like the players who just like, oh, I can't take it anymore. Let's just make a draw, you know. I do think we're going to see Queen E7. However, I think probably Queen H4 is playable too.
Yeah. I guess really depends on what Gukesh wants.
Arguably, even Queen H6 might be playable.
You mean Gukesh is thinking about not repeating when he's worse here as black?
Well, but remember, you know, a lot of times when you're playing, even if you think you're worse and your opponent repeats, you're like, well, I could maybe get a better version,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
And so Queen H6, Queen H4, all of these moves are plausible. Even the weird looking Queen G4, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that either. Just like Kostya was saying, like I spend all this time when I'm repeating because I'm worried my opponent might not have to repeat. He doesn't have to. He can get a very similar position with those other queen moves.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't know he's worse. Maybe he's looking at rook b5 and h6 even. Two more candidate moves to add to your long list.
I think there's a kind of player too who, you know, you could say to yourself, okay, maybe I'm worse here, but from a practical perspective, I could say to myself, we all know that both sides are going to make mistakes in this kind of end game. Actually, I will say, like when you look at this kind of end game with the computer, it's going to tell you all your moves are wrong. With the end game last night with Fabi against Woodward, it was just like, oh God, mistake every move, mistake,
Mhm.
mistake, mistake. So it's very hard for humans to play this kind of position accurately. So
I
if you
have I have the confidence, Jesse, that I would occasionally play a move that wasn't a mistake in this endgame. I may be way overconfident, but I feel like I would occasionally play the right move.
okay.
Um, Now it should be said that in yesterday's game, that d takes e5 blunder was perhaps partly associated with Gukesh not realizing the danger, so to speak, not realizing he was worse.
Hmm.
Like he didn't seem to understand, like, I should be seeking refuge, trading rooks, trying to draw with pure opposite colored bishops. He didn't seem to know how dangerous his position was. So maybe here he doesn't know he's worse. What do you think of h6?
Well, right, he's got all kinds of moves he can throw out here.
I think the rook
H6.
b5 move is also interesting. Rook b5 queen g5, rook g5. Now, if white goes on the attack, you're ready to play rook g2, right?
I like that move less, David. But
Well,
yeah.
it's awkward because if white doesn't trade queens, like if they play a move like queen d7 or whatever, you just need to reconnect your rooks on the back rank. So it's not really a good way of playing for an advantage because of that.
Well, but also, David, queen g5, rook g5. I have both rook 1e2 and rook ed1. And both of those look like an advantage.
Those queen takes e4.
Yeah,
Why do you have an advantage?
No,
Black plays.
Rook b5 is out, David. Rook b5, no.
Okay, I don't think you've got much of an advantage in the queen ending, in the rook ending in that position though, Jesse. Because
All right, queen e7 was played.
yeah,
So as kind of expected, and we're now going to see, does Ding want to man up and try to take him to the end, to the limit in this position, or is he just going to repeat it?
well, to know the answer to that, we may have to go to the live cam and have a quick look at the players.
Mm-hmm.
He's thinking about it. Oh, but this is funny. Alex Kolovich, he's hovering. He's hovering, but he's not the arbiter, so he's not the one that would be stopping the clocks. But he's hovering in case the players, I don't know, do something. Maybe wants to see the handshake.
Does he have a role? Wait, what's his role?
Yeah, he's a fair play officer. So I'm sure, I would imagine he's like the main fair play guy on site.
Huh. But I mean, if they make a draw here by repeating, that's not like they can do anything about it, right?
Yeah, no, that's not a fair play thing. That would be an arbiter thing. But yeah, no, they definitely allow draws by repetition. Mm-hmm.
The chat over on that stream with the player cams is kind of funny. You see people saying like, Gukesh is winning this game. Gukesh is losing. And it's like very, very close to equal. I think we can be confident, I think, that nobody's winning or losing right now.
Yeah. For me, the haters are very funny. Like, I understand if you're a fan of Gukesh or if you're a fan of Ding, but I don't really get if you're a hater.
There aren't too many haters, are there? I think these guys are pretty well liked.
Yeah, hopefully not.
There's always haters. There's always haters.
Yes.
But the number varies, Like there are players who are more polarizing. These guys are I don't think these guys have a lot of detractors.
All right, Ding has improved his posture, and I'm gonna optimistically expect him to continue this game.
Yeah.
So let's say candidate moves, right? Our queen, if we're not going to do queen d6,
Yeah.
then it's like rook ed1, d7.
And rook d4, right? Which has nothing wrong with it either. Yeah.
I was against rook d4.
Okay, fine. But I mean, it's certainly a candidate move.
Just because, like, after rook fe8, I don't know why we've improved our business there.
Well, you've reduced my defenses of f7 there. You've drawn me from one weakness to another.
Well, I think any move, I guess rook d4 doesn't fully stop rook d8 forever, but rook d8 is a threat that white has to deal with. So any move that deals with that, I think, is reasonable.
But I think the big question for me is, what is black going to do if I play rook ed1? I feel like that's the principled positional move because I'm just controlling the d file. I'm saying my queen is great.
I think something like 50 minutes ago, I told you I would play g6 to get rid of my back rank.
That's true, you did.
Mate. I have not changed my opinion on much yet in this game.
Oh, queen d6.
Okay.
All right, guys. It was fun.
Queen g5 quickly.
Jesse, you want to get started on the recap? And queen g5 quickly. So I like that Gukesh knows what he wants. He's like, all right, draw's good.
Here we go.
Oh,
Queen d5. And now if Gukesh wants to draw, yeah, he can he can claim it. Oh, he goes queen h4. Oh, Gookie.
Oh,
No
he
way.
doesn't do it,
Gookie
buddy.
boy.
Oh,
At the
oh,
last
oh,
second, Gookie boy.
oh, buddy.
You really, wow, he
Oh,
teased him there.
he was the one.
Oh, and he played it fast.
He was the one repeating. Oh
Are
man.
you kidding?
That's
Now that's a move where
fantastic.
you look your opponent in the eyes when you play queen h4.
But
You just look him dead straight in the eyes.
but he
Be like,
didn't.
"Yo,
There's just nothing from Gukesh. He just let the guy suffer because he knows that Ding wants that eye contact. He wants some kind of information. Gukesh just,
Wow.
oh man,
look at that."
oh man. We all agree White's slightly better, right?
Yeah.
Well, but we also agree, I think, that, and we talked about this in the preview, that it's to Gukesh's advantage to have the games go forever long. And we're finally now it's going to go the distance, right? Even if we think
Absolutely.
White's better, now it's going to go the distance. There's no way for White to like just easily win this position or something. I think he's better, but it's going to be a long road.
But it's very tough. It's a psychological move. And Gukesh said he doesn't believe in the psychology. He said he agreed with Fischer. He believes in good moves. But I think it's very psychological because there's nothing like Ding relaxed. Ding was like, okay, you know what? He was ready to make the draw, and he spent like 50 minutes to
Fine,
get
we'll
here.
get out of here.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, my seconds are gonna be mad at me. I ruined this good prep, and Gukesh is the one that like forces him to play on.
And here's the move he should have played, I think, anyway, which was Rook ED1.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
Now, let's just ask ourselves, was this a concession? So you just imagine we could have played Rook ED1 instead of this with the queen on E7, right? So is it a significant improvement for White that the queen is not on E7?
I think it's pretty comparable.
That's kind of my sense
About the
too.
same. Yeah.
There's always a difference, but it just from a human glance, it looks like it's the same thing.
Yeah. And I think here we go. G6.
Okay, so yeah, G6 is a candidate move. Also, you could probably play Queen H3.
Nah, I'm done moving my queen. I want to improve my position.
Okay, fair enough. So
I want to play G6. I want to play H5.
okay, so yeah, let's put G6 on the board, and then we'll just ask ourselves, because then it gets tricky. Because in a certain way, after G6, we can say that White has improved their pieces really to the maximum, and now needs a plan.
Yeah. Whereas Black has not yet improved their my advantage. There was some old theory, right? Where like if you've got more to improve, then you have the advantage. So having a bad position is better. Whose theory was that? It was very illogical. It sounds like Mihai Suba or somebody.
On G6, I would consider Queen E5 to centralize.
Ooh, yeah. I'd better get you out of there with Rook E8. That's a pretty good square for you otherwise.
Rook Fe8. I was thinking Queen back to G3.
Yeah. And so it continues.
I do think I mean, White is better. So this is, we applaud it. His seconds might not be applauding it.
No, they might not.
His seconds aren't impressed. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's let's talk that after G6. Of course, G6 isn't the only move, but there is a wide variety of moves for White that we can just name off, like Queen C5, Queen E5, Queen A5. And they're very hard to calculate.
Yeah.
I think one way to talk about the position with Queen H4 is it's very difficult for White to make progress because it's hard to move the D2 rook,
Yep.
right?
Yeah,
So,
it's kind of a back and forth position.
so white needs a way to make progress. And one thing I'm seeing after G6 was played, David, you get
G6
props, buddy.
Well, of
played. Look
course.
at that.
I'm not, I mean, I saw you played it. I'm not going to get excited. It's obvious.
No,
Oh,
impressive.
anytime you get the move right, you should
Yeah.
give yourself a pat on the back. Bud.
Impressive find.
Okay. So one thing
These
I'm
moves have
seeing
all been pretty easy this game, actually.
is that if queen c5 or queen a5, then rook b7 seems to contain me. Or at least I don't know what to do next after that.
Hmm.
So let's try to find a way for white to improve his position.
Here's an idea. King b1.
Okay. And let's say I gave you another move after that. What would your next move be?
a4.
A4.
Yeah, maybe a3 if I want to take it slower.
A3, so you
Take my
reserve the improving move A4 for later.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't want my position to be too good too fast. I think it is Suba who said that. He was like talking about maybe hedgehogs and other things. Like black's better because their position is worse, so they can improve it more.
Now, one thing that freaks me out, but maybe like the kind of thing the computer would want, is to actually start playing for things like c4, c5. And that just, totally freaks me out. One thing, of course, that G6 encourages is the very basic queen D4. And we can do it whenever we want, but that queen has a nice square on D4 looking at all those dark squares and holding my coconut on E3.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the plans for white are advance the A pawn, advance the C pawn, or try to attack black's A pawn. I think those are the three main plans.
Okay.
You could try to improve your rooks more, right? Like in theory, you could be more active with rooks on like D6 and D7. It's just, I don't see how you hold the E3 and H2 pawns and your king position while putting every piece more active than it already is, right? So from some perspective, white's pieces are about as good as they're going to be.
Okay, another candidate here to talk about is on queen D7. Black will have to push the A pawn. Or it doesn't have to, but that would be the logical response after queen D7. And after that just adds a whole new can of worms because, the obvious thought would be, oh, maybe I can somehow win the A pawn. That also comes with huge dangers, winning the A pawn, even if I get it. Yeah. But that's another little idea here from white.
But let's say you play queen D7.
Yeah.
And I play H5.
H5?
H5. I'm queening my H pawn.
All right, I'll do your weenie move, king B1.
So you're not taking my A pawn?
Well, not yet.
Okay.
But I guess I could play king B1 first too, and we could.
Okay.
No.
So
By the way, I'm not 100% sold on this H5 thing.
Now I'm gonna play a move, Jesse, that I learned from Kostya. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Rook B to D8.
I take no credit for this.
What?
Rook B to D8.
You're the lunatic who told me that you didn't believe that rooks were better than a queen.
In middle games. There's qualifiers.
Well, actually, so let me say about that ending, I think there are, that endgame is very hard for most people to win. I think there are a number of GMs like Kramnik who are just like, well, it's lost, and you can forget about it. But do I have full confidence in my ability to win that thing? No, but I do think that is lost.
You think it's lost?
I think it's lost, yeah.
I guess I would say it's sharp. I'm definitely biased for the queen, but I wouldn't say it's.
Because once I start pushing that C pawn, baby, you're gonna go passive, bro. You're gonna.
Oh yeah, might be lost.
Go passive, bro. Okay.
But okay, let's just think. So, ED1,
Queen e5. Oh, that's me.
G6, Queen E5. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Queen E5, that was your suggestion before, Kostya, and I believed it.
But the reason I thought Ding might play this move was because on Rook Fe8, I had seen that there was a nice idea to go Queen G3,
Yep.
Queen E7,
Yeah.
Queen D6.
Yeah. Beautiful.
So I thought that he might want to go for this.
Yeah. And Gukesh might play Queen B7 if he's really having none of it. But
hold
he could
on,
also go
like-
back and forth for sure.
So, but okay. But on Queen E7, you're enabling Rook D7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is. I suppose then he plays like Queen C5.
Queen C5, yeah. Might not be so bad.
Okay, one question I have about Queen E5. Maybe. I was
Queen
thinking,
C5 looks pretty decent, Kostya, right? Because the white queen is now stuck defending E3. Against Rook F1, I think Rook B2 is a really clear solution. Yeah, looks fine. And you're preventing King B1 because of Queen C3.
what are you talking about? He's going to play like Queen F4 or something? They said the Rook on the 7th was a hell of a drug, but
Yeah, Queen F4. Slightly annoying. I think I was planning Queen C4 there.
well, why that's the danger zone.
What do you mean?
Well, I got the D file button.
Yeah, but I'm defending F7 and threatening Queen A2 and
King B1, boss.
and Rook
King
B2,
B1.
which King B1 doesn't prevent.
There's lots of moves. There's Rook
Oh no,
1
the queen's covering
D5.
B8. I'm
Yeah,
not doing
yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll play Rook EC8 there after King B1.
Wait, but King B1's not the only move. There's Rook 1 D5, which might be stronger.
D5, holy.
There you go. Yeah.
I was looking at Rook E7, which looks kind of fun.
That Rook 1 D5 looks scary.
Yeah, David, be careful. You can't just don't just let me down.
Yeah,
to
I think it's
D7.
very, very, very dangerous.
So one obvious question on this Queen E5 move is, should Black? I'm going to answer. I'm going to say no. So I'm going to say I was originally wondering if Rook D8 would works, but actually what White can do there is just trade it all off and take on E4.
Yeah.
So that's
Like
no
a
good.
pawn. And then there's nothing at the end, indeed.
One thing I was thinking, actually, in all these variations, the reason my mind stopped, because I was looking at things like Queen C5, Queen A5, and also Queen E5, was just the very basic Rook B7, and I didn't know what I was doing then after Rook B7. So yeah, Queen E5, Rook B7, and then what? I don't know.
I think Rook E8 is right somehow.
But what do you do, David, after Rook B7? What am I doing?
Maybe not Queen E7. Maybe Rook E8, Queen G3, maybe Queen F6, or Queen H5.
Yeah, or even trade on G3 and then lift a rook.
No, dude's gonna play Rook B7, dude. What are we gonna do at Rook B7?
Rook B7 where? Sorry? On
Right here,
now.
after Queen
Right now.
E5.
Seems possible.
If I had to pick one world champion to play other than Magnus as Black, I mean,
Is Black here or is Black in general?
yeah, Melt Like Butter's asking if we had to pick a world champion to play the Black side here, who would we pick? I mean, probably the best players, so somebody like Kasparov or Fischer.
No, dude, you want Smyslov, Karpov, or Carlsen, dude. Right here for
He
the
said
Black
other
piece.
than Magnus. We don't get to pick Carlsen.
Okay, then it's gonna be Smyslov or Karpov, dude.
Wait, we're picking a player to play Black and hold it?
Or win it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe Carlson? No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, I just want to stress again, I don't know what white should have done, but all of the moves like queen c5, queen a5, queen e5 were funky to me because you're allowing rook b7. And once rook b7 happens, I don't know what we got. So then the advantage of the queen on d5 was preventing rook b7.
Yeah, I mean, rook b7 looks like a pretty decent move. I agree, Jesse. Just in the positions where we trade queens, it was one of the first moves I would play for black as well sometimes. So yeah, just defending our second rank, f7 and a7. I understand your move. I understand your move.
And then if you want to play like a rook to the e file after rook b7, then we'll play maybe rook e7, and then there's no drama. But I don't, yeah, I don't have to. Also, after rook b7, Gukesh gets what he wants because then what does white do? It's going to be a hard decision, and then mistakes are going to start getting made. And welcome to the dojo.
Yeah. I like rook b7. Guys, I'm going to step out for a minute. I'll be back.
Okay. Tiger Cubby asks, what does rook b7 do? It basically just makes the rook d7s of the world impossible. Not impossible, but it hinders them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. He's played rook b to e8.
Rook b to e8. 7
Yeah.
minutes, think.
Yeah. All right. So against queen c7, he has the move rook e7. Against queen g3, Jesse, I really think there's a chance. No, I guess he won't trade. But I'm wondering if he would, trade and go rook e5, basically.
Well, that was one of the things I was wondering. And all these, like in general, we were saying the queen trade is good for white, but it might not always be good.
Right.
Yeah.
So basically leaving the rook on f8, right, where it's kind of passive, suggests anchoring the f pawn and maybe going for that queen trade. So if you imagine queen g3, I guess we can't move pieces without Kostya here. But if you imagine the queen trade and then rook e5 headed to g5 with, h5 to expand coming as well.
But as a default move, I could just play rook d5 there.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no way black's ever playing for a win. That's like the thing. There's just no way.
Oh, I'm starting to imagine, I think white's going to have to make a mistake, but it's going to be very easy to do.
I like your
One,
rook d5 move there, actually.
um, one thing, David, is maybe a good game plan for black is to say, look, if I can keep the queens on, then I can make a couple improving moves easily on the king side, like maybe h5, where
Mm-hmm.
I then where it's harder for white to make improving moves. Like that whole you were talking about a4, I was like, I'm not going to play a4. No
Yeah.
way am I going to play a4,
Yeah. But that's how you improve these positions, Jesse. I really think so. For black, it's like g6, h5, maybe king g7 or h7 sometimes. And for white, it's like king b1, a3 or a4, king a2 or king a1, and sort of inching up with your majority in a way that doesn't totally open what you would call the kimono, right? Like you're trying to sort of keep some flaps closed, but at the same time advance your strong majority up the board a little bit so that if there's ever a trade, you ever get into a race, you can win the race.
Hmm. I have to say, rook b e8 doesn't appeal to me that much, which might mean I just don't understand it yet.
I mean,
Right.
Rook B7 felt a little more like a Gukesh move, right? Keeping.
Well, he might have some deep idea because what it kind of suggests is that he wants to have the rook there to later expand.
Mhm.
So, for example, on Queen G3, maybe you take and then just play F5 like a madman. And
That would be
anytime
like a real madman.
and anytime you play Rook D7, I'm going to play Rook F7.
Hmm. Here's another idea about Rook E8, Jesse. Maybe it's to go Queen G3, Queen F6, and then when White inevitably tries to harass you at D6, right? Still sort of just trying to go back and forth and get a draw, then you lodge your queen on F3,
Good, good.
defended by the E pawn. So you're saying now if White plays Queen G3, you just do a standoff. You don't care, right? You go King G7, H5.
Right.
And just, if they ever trade on F3, good luck to White, right?
Right. So like a general intuition that this move suggests is like, I'm not going to play against your B2 pawn. I'm
Right.
going to rage. I'm going to just try to gather all of my business on the king side.
Yeah.
The next obvious move for white would be Queen C5,
Hmm.
which seems to force Rook E7. And that position with Rook E7 is kind of similar to the position with Rook B7 that we were just talking about, right?
Right. And Rook E7, there's Rook D8 even for White,
But
right?
Rook D8, I was thinking about. I don't think it's that much. I snip and I play King G7, and you told me that was a good improving move, and I kind of believed you. You know,
Normally it is, but here there's Queen D4.
F6, I can
And you
cover it.
don't care, do you?
No.
The dude does not care. Um, so I guess against Rook D7, you're going Queen E1, Queen E2, and Queen B5 if I avoid the repetition.
Yeah, I don't think you can play Rook D7 yet.
Well, I mean, not for a win, but for a draw I can.
Oh, okay. Maybe. I like, by the way, your idea of Queen G3, Queen F6, Queen F3.
Yeah.
That's very annoying.
Yeah.
And I think maybe this Queen E5 was truly motivated by some lame-o. Lame-o, I want to draw
Yeah.
considerations.
Yeah. Queen G3, Queen D6, Queen F4. Keep my eye on the H pawn. Um, Rook E8 is also reasonably strong against Queen F4, right? There you can trade queens and your rook's behind your passer. Arjan, if the if we talk about like a queen trade and going into a rook endgame, Arjan Schumans is asking, White has three pawn groups and Black has two. The less pawn groups is often an advantage in endgames structurally. Is that not an advantage for Black in this particular one? In this one, a little bit less so, Arjan, because this one is going to be, broadly speaking, within the framework of race endgames, where one side is much stronger on one side of the board and the other side is much stronger on the opposite side of the board. And it's about who can get a stronger pass pawn going faster and a lot of calculations. And basically, those calculations are race calculations. So the structure is not going to be as important because if white can go c4, c5, b4, that c pawn right now looks more dangerous than black's f pawn or g pawn at the moment. So the fact that white has an isolated h2 pawn is not going to play a huge role at the moment if we transition to a rook endgame here. It'll be rook activity and the strength of, your strongest pass pawn, which is a mix of how advanced it is and how well you can support it and break any blockades. That's why, like, I keep wanting to play moves like A4 and H5 for both players, just to be a little bit closer to queening my pawns.
I'm really happy with the way Gukesh has done this. I think Rook BE8, first of all, it's growing on me. And second of all, like, let's say that position where we started, where we all felt white was a little bit better, and that
Mhm.
maybe it would be same for black to repeat. I think it's comparable to an advantage that white gets on the first move, you know? But
Yeah.
that doesn't mean that you can't play for a win as black. You can keep playing. We all know that,
Sure.
right? Just because you're a little worse, so what? Doesn't matter. Just keep going, bud. You're fine, you know?
Yeah.
And this thing is going to get really hectic, and it's hard for white. And if he, especially if he tries to start drawing it, it might create more problems than it solves. And in this position, it's starting to look almost easier for black to play, even if I believe in white more.
I think it's only that like you're maybe starting to believe in Gukesh a little more because
No. I see black as massing his forces over here. I like your queen G3, queen F6 idea. On queen C5, rook E7, I think it's starting to just look unclear. Um, yeah. The key variation might be what we talked about before with queen C5, rook E7, rook D8.
right. Let me try one more move there after rook d8.
Okay. So, Kostya, we're looking now at queen C5, rook E7. Now, maybe black has another move, but that was the one that came to mind for
I
me.
think Kostya is not back yet.
Oh, he's sitting there. I want a coffee break. Okay, so queen C5,
Take a
rook
coffee
E7, rook D8.
There's three of us today. We can take all kinds of coffee
Well, we
breaks.
can't
Once
take
we
two
leave
at the same time, buddy.
one
Come on
person,
now.
I'll keep them entertained.
No, it's all right, dude. Rook D8. And maybe I got a little something.
Yeah. Yeah, I think rook d8 is very yeah, there's nothing black can do actually after rook d8.
Well, let's take it and play king G7.
Queen b4. We'll just play the same moves as last time.
And now I have a choice between king H6 and F6.
I suppose, yeah, technically, yeah, king h6.
And so,
Good move, even, I will say, grudgingly. Yeah.
and on rook G8, I think I can play F5. In
What does
addition
rook,
to,
what does
in
rook
addition,
g8 do?
I don't know. It's threatening some kind of queen G7, but it doesn't even do anything.
Queen g7, king g5, right? So queen takes h2. Yum.
Yeah. So, and also after king H6, queen E1 is something to worry over.
Yeah, queen e1 is at least a draw.
Yeah. So, I don't think that does anything for white.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, that king h6 move, I like it actually. Yeah, that's a fine move. That keeps the game going
right. It keeps the game playing.
in a nice way. And now, okay, let's powwow for a second on how Ding's doing. It's moved 28. He's got 38 minutes left. At move 30, you should have about 30 minutes. So he's fine on the time. Just it feels a little bit like he's unconfident and uncomfortable. Do, do you change your evaluation at all, Jesse? Because you currently have us at, I think, 0.3
Right.
on the bar, which is enough that you would be feeling it a little bit.
I might change it, but I'm also looking, I still am struggling to understand exactly what's going on. Like I don't know, like actually, let's update Kostya. So Kostya, one variation we should put on the board
Yeah, what's the action?
that I think is indicative of what's going on is if queen C5, which makes a lot of sense, rook E7, and if rook D8, which would be the thing if I was black I'd be scared of, then I just snip it, snips back, king G7, and then the next move I might be scared of would be queen D4, but then just king H6, and I'm saying I'm fine. I'm fine.
Yeah, just goes one.
Okay, We do have a move. It is Queen G3.
Queen G3.
13 minutes think. And David came up with this nice plan of Queen F6, intending Queen F3 at some point. For example, Rook D6, Queen F3. And there you can see how the Rook on E8 is working, because if you ever take it, then I'll be touching your E3 coconut.
Yeah, interesting.
So that's how we sort of get out of this queen harassment, Kostya, as well, right? Like Queen F6, Queen D6, Queen F3, Queen G3. We just leave it and play H5, right? That's sort of, we found like a square where the trade is good enough for black that we can keep playing, and we don't have to leave. We don't have to keep moving back and forth to avoid the trade. Queen F6, Rook F2 suggested. Sure. Could be played.
Yeah,
makes
I
sense.
wasn't sure about Rook F2 because I don't want to leave the D file. But how about Queen F6, Rook D6, Queen F3, Rook D7?
Okay. Rook D7. Planning to maybe take on A7 next move?
Yeah, that's the threat.
I might go H5 here. It's going to be a huge surprise to you.
Ooh,
The moves I want to
H5.
play. He's played Queen H5 though. I mean, I fairly quickly, I guessed that move wrong. But
But it has a similar idea, honestly. He can always play this Queen F3 at
oh yeah, it
some.
could go to the same square.
I have a very nice move.
No.
I was also enamored with your move, David, but this does similar things and also
Yeah.
looks at E2 and looks at H2. So yeah, why not?
Yeah. And Kostya, I want to show something cool real quick with that Rook D7 line that you were just putting in. So when I play H5, I have in mind that after you take on A7,
Yeah.
I think Queen F6, Rook D. How did it go? I think you played Rook D6 and then Rook D7. My idea was you take my pawn and I push H4. So I've given the full pawn, but it's really about how fast the best pass pawn is, right? Kind of like in a queen ending feel, right? So the two options I looked at for white here are queen takes H4, queen takes E3 check. And even before I noticed the rook on A7, I was thinking, well, my E pawn is stronger than the three pass pawns on the queen side, right? So just strategically, like it makes sense,
Yeah, white never wants to give up this E pawn.
right? Or you go queen F3, EF3, and then I'm arguing that my F pawn is as good as the three queenside pawns, right? So I'm playing these endgames even down a pawn, but I'm trying to emphasize, as a teaching point for people, whether I'm right or wrong, that it's sort of the strength of the strongest pass pawn that's like a huge factor in those endgames versus the pawn count.
Okay, and then what did you consider on just like defending the pawn?
So like queen to E1 or something.
Yeah, Queen G5.
Yeah. I had not looked at that move.
Because we can kind of get the same thing in the game. If Ding goes Rook D5, Queen F3, we can get Rook D7 there.
But why would we be encouraging Queen F3? How about just Rook D7?
Fair enough. Also, I think.
By the way,
Very
when
reasonable.
when I look at Rook D7, it's very hard for me to not think, oh, white's better.
Yeah.
Come on, I got that big old fatty down there. How
Yeah.
can I really be not
I mean,
better?
Queen A5 is kind of obvious response.
Maybe
It
so,
is,
yeah.
but just looking at it optically, I got all my I've improved my business.
Yeah.
And also, if you go Queen A5, don't you feel a little bit of regret for bringing your Rook to E8?
Yeah. A little bit. White goes King B1.
King B1. But white also has kind of, they've deactivated their queen.
Okay, time out though, because now once we play Rook D7, Black really needs to think, because we remember if we go back a couple of moves, the question was like, well, how do I improve the position? And one very basic way was to flip, get the rook ahead of the queen, and then plant the queen on either d5 or d4. So if you can imagine, and since I can bully your queen, that's not hard to imagine because I can go queen d6, queen d4, or d5. I think rook d7 is a hell of a drug, and I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. Rook d7 looks decently good here. I just mentioned, Jesse, that if the queen had been on f6 instead of h5,
Yeah.
my intention was to go rook to d8
Good.
in this
Good.
kind of position, you know?
Why don't
So
we show
maybe
that,
maybe
Kostya,
here
better?
after king b1, black could similarly play rook d8 now that the queen hit a5 with tempo.
But yeah, you're not actually threatening anything, unfortunately. After rook d7, it's hard to come up with another move besides queen a5, but it's just got to be said. What is this whole rook b8 stuff doing then?
He's just keeping the ball game going, Jesse.
Yeah, but there's it might be problematic. And I think what Ding is doing now is really calculating like, well, what is he going to do on rook d7?
Queen
By the way,
f4 played. Queen f4, which is a bit strange. I guess he's eyeing f7.
oh, I
Yeah,
don't
it's a good post for the queen. She's eyeing f7 and e4 while defending e3 and h2.
I don't
We
like
got to
it.
give respect to that.
What, but now it enables your queen f3.
But the thing is, here, queen f3, there's rook f2.
But okay, let's consider that for a sec. Queen f3, rook f2, queen takes. I assume you want rook takes.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then I play f5 and I say your rook on f4 is totally misplaced for this coming endgame.
Right. Yeah,
That's an
I got it.
example. That's an example of how you can go to this endgame is not always better for white.
Right, because this rook is actually just going to be giving black tempi, right? Like we play
Right.
h4, Jesse might just play h6. And against rook d7, rook f7, and who cares because you don't have the second rook.
Right. Now there we have the jump and black is better. So I don't understand queen f4, but let's just give it a chance. So
So you
queen
think
f
he can just go queen f3 right away here?
well, that would be my first question. Like
Yeah.
by the way, I don't actually get queen f4 because black could also just play rook e7 and have a fine game. Why wouldn't he play rook d7? What are you doing, buddy? Are you afraid of something?
I think he's afraid of something. Yes, that's fair to say.
Oh, you got to play rook d7, buddy. It's like you're playing with fear in your heart.
Maybe let me think. Rook d7, queen e2 was scaring him.
Yeah, that was like an intuitive spot I wondered about Kostya, but I just didn't really see the point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's
and
say
then
Not
we want
like
to
I
go
didn't see
rook
the
b8.
follow-up point, I mean, you know.
rook
Yeah.
1 d2, and then what?
Rook 1 d2, check on f1.
Okay, but by the way, if you want to draw, then I'm just going to go rook d1. But I'm not. I mean, I want to play for white and play king c2.
Yeah, you should play for white.
I'm better there.
But then
White's just a little better. I got my coconuts in a line.
yeah, maybe. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying I could see him not liking this if he wants to just be safety first.
Well, the
With
problem
queen
is
f4.
after queen f4, queen f3, where's the safety? Black is now the one with some questions.
I don't know.
Asking,
Maybe the dude blundered rook f2 takes f5. Maybe he thought all endgames are good for Ding, but maybe not.
Yeah.
I think on queen f3, white should strongly consider like queen g5.
That's a bad sign as far as the last move. Queen f4.
Queen g5 could conceivably be a little annoying after queen f3.
After queen g5, maybe I go king g7, threatening h6. Moves I love to play.
Okay, guys, I have an idea. Can we? I was
but then
actually go
rook
ahead.
d7.
What are you guys calculating? I'm sorry.
So if queen f3,
Yeah.
I'm thinking queen g5. And then David was talking about king g7. And then I'll play rook d7, which I should have done earlier. And then if h6, then I can go back to g3, which is where I was in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
There I'm a little bit better. I got the jump with the rook.
Now Jesse thinks he's got the jump.
But obviously that's a little like, yeah, it's still like why with queen f4 so weird.
Yeah, I mean, I've been really trying not to touch my a pawn, but maybe there I should play a5 at the end of that line.
Yeah. But I think it's important to try to judge it in general terms, right? Like if white can achieve rook d7 without counterplay, well, yeah, we want to do it. No question.
Yeah. Okay, I was thinking about queen f3, rook d7 right away.
That's a
But-
thought, and I was just terrified of the e-pawn. Now, maybe I shouldn't be, but
Yeah, no, I was looking at it. I think it's maybe okay for black. Like queen takes f4, ef, black pushes e3, and I think black gets enough counterplay here. But maybe not. Maybe white takes on a7. You know, it says 3 pawns.
All right. So after rook a7, I would hazard rook e4 as my next.
wait. Before we go in the weeds, though, David, let's just ask ourselves, why are we playing queen f4? What is the point? There is some point, right? Like this guy's pretty strong. Even if it's a bad move, he's got an idea.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, what is the idea with queen f4?
Actually, I think it could be rook d7.
But how is it? Okay, good. So maybe it's rook d7, but how is the queen on f4 better than g3?
Yeah, I don't know. My only thought was like he's baiting Gukesh into the endgame, which I don't think is correct.
Yeah. I mean, Alexa suggests maybe to trade on f3, but queen f4 doesn't necessarily help that. But let's put Alexa's endgame on the board anyway for a second. So it goes queen f4, queen f3, trades on f3, and rook f2, rook df1.
But you could lose that position because it's just a race.
Exactly. And then Alexa's saying, I cannot lose this position, but I think you certainly can.
Yeah.
And not only that, it looks like you're immediately slightly worse against rook e2, right?
I think rook e2 is a problem. Yeah.
But even without that, black is the one going to be with the jump because you're the one going to be taking on f3, and I can start making improving moves before you do.
Right. So there's two other options for black. Instead of rook e2, you could go rook e8, and when white takes on f3, you trade and play rook e2. You take their second rank from them. They have to pay tribute with the h-pawn, perhaps.
Pay tribute.
And then you can get your king better than white's, is the idea, right? Like if white goes h3, you go f5, and your king's in range of their c-pawn, and their king sucks. Oh, you could easily lose this version, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Still
Kostya,
super sharp.
I'm ready to go down your rabbit hole. Okay, so here's my thought. Maybe this is actually the thought. So queen f3, rook d7, and just before we go down the moves, the claim by white is if you go for it with the e-pawn, my king will be in the range of touching that coconut. So as a blockader. And so the argument is when we go into that rook endgame, just like a lot of these rook endgames, my king will be better. So queen takes f4, ef, e3. It's very complicated, but again, I'm just judging it on the general principle that my king is going to be stronger. So rook a7, also rook e1 is a thought, but let's start with rook a7.
Yeah.
This is they've gone a different route, but let's still look at this for a moment.
Yeah, I just want to see this
It's
because
all
I
very
feel like
instructive.
it's very instructive. Exactly.
So I would go rook e4 here for black. Just pushing the e-pawn on its own is not enough. Well, basically, also I need to activate the f8 rook. That's part of my concept here.
Yeah, very complicated position. You're not threatening it immediately. Well, maybe not because of rook e7. Very complicated. And by the way, rook takes a7, also not the only move. It's almost like Gukesh believed him and plays queen a5. He thought for a while. A3.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we'll just say that's super messy. I would agree.
Okay, I'm
I
gonna
will
go
say
ahead.
more. I think black's fine in that endgame after rook e4. My instinct.
Okay, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna take it up to 0.5 now because white has made a little bit of progress.
Yes, they finally got the a-pawn closer to queening. No, it's still the same number of moves away.
Yeah. Okay. So it's that is it that much of an improvement before? Maybe not so much, but now I am gonna achieve I'm gonna achieve I feel like I've achieved some things.
I mean, the queen's nicely placed on f4 for the general considerations, right?
Yeah, I've got rook d7, and also someday I have the black has to watch out for queen f6. So yeah, I feel like
So
All
what's he
right. I'll
gonna do
adjust
now?
mine
Rook
to 0.3.
0.3. Okay, what's he gonna do now? Rook c8, threatening
well, if rook c8, I think I can take the pawn.
some drama.
That's the other thing about queen f4. I'm nestling my queen next to your pawn. One thing I know from having studied my own games here a lot in these positions, and then also watching top GMs, is the level of mistakes according to the computer is going to rise astronomically. Like basically if you're watching this with one of those computer evals, it's going to be like you're going to watch those people. They're going to be like, "Oh, he blundered again. He blundered again. How come he didn't see it?" And because yeah, these positions are really hard to
Jesse,
play accurately.
my preliminary calculations say that rook c8, queen e4, rook takes c3 as a draw.
Okay, interesting. First of all, I could play king b1, but second of all, let's get into it. So,
I
rook
mean, if you play
c8.
king b1, sure, I don't have a draw, but there goes your passed c pawn. I mean, you're not doing well there.
Okay, I'm just looking. So rook takes, pawn takes, and then you want queen c3. I don't get it. It's queen c2.
Yeah, queen a1.
Oh, you have queen a1. Okay, got it.
And then after queen b1,
Oh no, Dave, but this doesn't work. I go king b1.
I go queen c3. Very important because I think rook c8, rook c2 didn't really work.
Okay, but just David, after queen c3, I just play king b1, and it's crispy critters.
What? Rook b8?
Rook b8, I have king. Oh, it doesn't work.
Queen b3,
Cry.
queen
It's a
c3,
little
queen
early,
c3.
little early for me. Okay, a little early.
It's a little late for me.
One reason I don't believe in rook c8 is beyond queen e4, I have queen f6. And that looks nice.
That is a nice spot for you, huh?
Yeah.
And then what the heck am I doing?
Yeah.
You've got rook d7 and rook d8 coming.
Looks unpleasant for a peasant. That's why I raised it.
Ugh. Ugh. I'm a bit unhappy. I'm a bit unhappy, and I did not see what was wrong with Queen F3 at all. Um, mm,
Well, also what's interesting is I feel like with Rook BE8, it kind of was based on moves like Queen F3, you know?
mhm.
I do feel while I don't have a clear variation yet after Queen F3, David, that the there is like just on general considerations a belief that my king is going to be stronger than yours and that. You want to do it one more time with Queen F3 just to try to understand what we can understand?
Mm,
No? Okay.
I think the game's moved on a little bit, and maybe we should figure out what he does next here.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
It is a big question here for Black. What does he do? And right, Rook C8, Queen F6 looks pleasant.
yeah.
Rook E6 is a thought, but then of course Rook D7 looks like a thing.
All right. He definitely does. He doesn't really have Rook D8 because of Queen E4. It's just kind of given a pawn. Um, if he does nothing, White can improve the position now with Rook D7 and Rook D6 because Black's queen has been pushed out. You know, the two pawns are defended by that queen on F4, so the white rooks are free. There's Rook D5, Rook D7, everything.
One funny thing, David, is if you hadn't just played Queen A5 and you just showed me this position, then
Hmm.
one of my candidate moves here would be Queen H5.
Yeah.
That would be one of my candidate moves.
You and me both, dog. Okay. How about G5?
Queen F4 really messed with him.
How about G5? Let's mess with that queen. It's too strong.
I think you're messing with yourself, bro.
I know. I know I am. I'm just feeling a little desperate, and Gukesh likes to get loose with that G pawn.
It's so true, dude. That's so true. He gets really loose with that G pawn. Game 1 and game 5 got loose with that G pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kostya's not even going to put that bad boy on the board, though. Kostya, by the way, your eval bar is capturing the wrong window.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to fix.
Okay.
Because people are saying it's too small. Yeah, folks, it's real estate. You know, real estate very expensive these days on the Twitch.
We've got
We actually have a very cool eval bar that's narrower and it looks cooler, but Kostya can't make it work on his computer. It crashes he's got a sad computer.
yeah. Nor
David
can
has a
I.
capitalist computer that also doesn't work. So
Communist.
no, he's got the capitalist computer. He might be a communist, but he's got a capitalist computer.
Oh, that's right. Apple is the capitalist. Right. I thought Apple was the. That's fine. Maybe someone from any political affiliation could help me figure out how to remove the decimal points on this Excel chart.
Okay, let me look at it.
That'll make the numbers make more sense. Yeah.
This one's going to go the distance, my friends. We're going to be here for a couple hours here at least. Yeah. And like I said, mistakes are going to be made. This is very difficult for Black because there's so many different moves that dude can do. My personal intuition here is Rook E6 or Rook E7. But yeah, one of those ones. Hmm.
Um, All right, try this, Kostya. Wait, actually, I can try it. Whoa. I
Okay,
switched it to currency rounded. Okay, that was
that's
something.
something.
There, how's that? I just did it.
Oh,
That's what
gracias.
you wanted, right?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
that's better. That's better. Okay, I'll see if I can improve the size of it as well in general.
Yeah. I mean, a slightly expensive thing you could do, Kostya, but real estate is expensive, is you could put it on top of where their clocks are and make two more window captures to put their clocks right near their pictures.
I am,
Gukesh could go right under his score and Dings could go right over his head. And then
yeah,
you'd have
I'm in
a,
fact ahead of you on this one,
oh, sorry.
but no, it's all good. I don't think it's a great solution because it's like it's nice to have the clocks together because then you can easily see whose move it is or like whose clock is ticking. But
Hmm.
this way we do get the eval bar bigger, so I'll be working on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it needs to be narrower, right? And the width needs to be about half of what it is, and then it could be expanded.
I don't know how to fix the width because that's like an Excel thing.
Yeah. Fixed it. Got it. I just fixed it, Bobs.
Yeah, Jesse just did it for you.
Oh, thank you.
And you don't have to have it say Sensei eval at the top. That's unnecessary. So you could take that out.
It's
And,
not terrible to have.
but I'm just saying when you narrow it, you can't write it out.
Right.
And you can make it even narrower if you wanted to, but maybe we should. Let's try making it.
Whoa. Been deleted. Somebody just deleted the whole
Oh,
thing.
I'm sorry. I moved it to the side. My bad. I need to move it back now.
Actually, if it's narrow, we don't even got to do the clock thing.
Yeah. All right. Chess players learn Excel live on stream.
Dude, my computer
No
rating,
tutorial.
by the way, has gone from like, I'd say I was about a 400, and now I feel like now that I got my Stream Deck, I'm definitely like a 700, you know?
Jesse getting a Stream Deck has completely blown my mind. The fact that
Yeah.
you can figure out a Stream Deck
Yeah.
before
Oh, dude,
for
it cost
headphones
me
is
me
sick.
about 50 F-bombs, dude. It definitely cost me some F-bombs and some hit points because it was like it pissed me off at first.
Yeah, but now I mean he's got a lot of tech going, Kostya. He just fixed
That's-
something in Excel for you too.
And it's great. It's a brave new world. Now I feel like for me it's a little bit too thin because like the bottom two is cut off. Like the -2, I can't even see that.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
So if we could just adjust that, I think
Yeah.
we'd be good. And then we might not even have to move the clocks. Actually, it might be thin enough.
Maybe get rid of where it says Sensei eval. I think that would give you, we need that space anyway.
Yeah, I can crop that out, but we can delete the title as well.
It's taking a lot to get the minus back online with the 2.
Something I want to tell the fans. So my understanding is when we hit move 40, they don't get that much more time, but then they get 30 seconds to move. I think it's something small, right? Do you remember, David, how much
They'll get 30 minutes plus the 30-second increment. That's all
Yeah, you
that's still coming to them.
So it's not that much.
Gukesh has been here over 10 minutes ever since the A pawn was defended.
Well, he's realizing his coconuts are they're getting touched here.
He spent a while on this chump Queen A5 move. Ay, ay, ay.
And I think, David, he is trying to set up like a variety of your sacks on C3, like one version of it is rook e6 with the thought that if rook d7, then we play rook c6. And one thing that's interesting about that position is white still isn't threatening anything yet.
I know, but
It
this
just,
floating rook on c6, it feels like black stuff is all discoordinated.
I'm with you.
Terrible.
And white, yeah,
Terrible.
is looking to take over with like rook d6, rook
And I'm going
d5.
to let people watch the new eval bar move because I'm pretty disgusted with queen a5.
Ooh, let's make sure this baby still works.
Ay, ay, ay.
Kostya's still at 0.3. Maybe he's going to revert, change it up a
I
little.
mean, I thought it was still, basically like a touch from equality if black played queen f3 last move. This is like the first thing I care about all game. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, he's kind of hosed here by the D file. Oh, it's so bad.
Kostya, I thought so the point is, Kostya, if we make it less wide, then we lose the -2. Is that the deal?
It makes the numbers a little weird.
Yeah, okay.
We can try it. But I think people were saying this is good, so
Yeah,
I think we're okay.
yeah. It may not be perfection, but it's big enough to be legible.
If you guys want to see the real eval bar, then you got to watch the recap show because my computer isn't communist or capitalist. This is a computer, and I'm a 700 who knows how to work the eval bar. So there we go.
Yeah. We'll get it one day. It does look very nice.
I think neither of these guys really understand this position. To say a horrible thing here.
Well, it's hard, man. This is hard.
Well, the position wasn't, was pretty clear to me what they should be doing.
I thought Queen F3, by the way, if you want to look at it again, I did not feel that black had achieved equality there. And I think Gukesh's whole thing has been that there's a variety of rook endgames he can go into where he's worse, and he's just said, maybe rightly, like, hey, this is way more complicated. People will make mistakes, so I'm going to keep the queens on, and I'm not even going to draw,
Yeah.
not even going to draw. And by the way, it's still, even though I like this for white, I'm not nearly as despondent as you are, David, because even if I say it's negative 0.5, 0.5, right? It's still not easy for white to actually make progress without opening my kimono. And I really don't want to open my kimono until the queens come off.
Sure, but you can also read the trend. Like he played queen a5, white played a super obvious move a3. He thought for a long time about queen a5. Now he's thought even longer. He's got no follow-up. He doesn't know what he's doing.
All right, so he plays queen b5. And he's going to look at b2, at e2. And what I want to just stress is I don't like even if I have a couple moves as white, I don't really have any way to destroy you.
How about so that queen's going to go to b3 if I harass it with rook d5 or something.
I think also the main question
Interesting.
is what's going to happen on rook d7. Right?
Yeah, maybe also queen b3. It's hard to get her out of there, and it anchors the f pawn more.
And also, if I'm ding and I play rook d7, I have to calculate rook b8. Simple move. But this is what I'm saying, why it's a little hard for white. Like, I have to play moves like rook d7, which at least temporarily weaken my second rank.
Yeah. That's the case for almost all of us, Matty Nice. This is a channel full of people who are tryhards, and chess is really complicated. So, yeah.
And like I said, guys, almost every move will be a mistake, according to the computer, right? So
Ding plays pretty quickly.
rook d4. Okay.
Plays rook d4 as advocated by Skibix. Just looking at that e-pawn, pretty good. And
Ooh, another Skibix move. Uh-oh.
and he can answer rook b8 with rook b4, right, Jesse? You were wondering about
Good
rook
point.
b8?
Yeah, good point. Uh-huh.
Rook b8, rook b4 would be super painful for black. Super painful.
Rook d4, I like it a lot. I don't know why I wasn't looking at it. Very simple and strong move.
Now I'm not happy because I'm cheering for Ding. But you just came up with a good move for Ding.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a lot of faith in his own moves. It's like, I would never be a member of any club that would accept me, you know?
Right.
That kind of thing.
But what does black do
Another
after rook
communist,
d4?
Groucho Marx.
Let's think here.
Rook d4 was a simple and strong move.
So he wants a rook 1 d2.
Well, he wants to take your pawn.
I mean, like on rook b8. Oh, you guys are saying rook b4 anyway.
Yeah, rook b8's out, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Wait, but why is it out? We have queen e8.
But then
Well,
at
white
the mid,
trades on b8. If they trade once, they can take your e-pawn maybe, but there's h2. If they trade twice, though, and then play rook d7,
Trade twice. Gotcha.
okay, guys, we have
you're
queen e2 on the board. Black is getting frisky, and
threatening nothing.
well, you're saying we're preventing rook e4.
No, you are threatening rook b8. Because if you go rook 1 d2, then there's queen e1 check, queen a1.
Okay, but let's cut to the chase. The question is rook 1 d2, queen e1, king c2. What does black have after that? Maybe rook b8 there.
Rook b8 and queen a1 stuff. Yeah.
Rook b8. I play rook takes e4. Yum.
No, boss, because then he's going to have rook takes b2.
Oh, right. So I have to keep that defended, huh?
That pawn.
Okay,
was
queen e4 then.
poisoned.
Queen e4.
Queen e4. Queen a1.
Queen a1. Rook b4.
Queen a1 got rook b4. Okay, hold on. I was just checking.
Yep.
a5.
Also, wait, on queen e4, you have rook e8.
Maybe rook e8 is easier, actually. Yeah, let's look at that. Hitting e3.
Rook e8. Rook b to e8, right? Yeah. Actually, either one. Yeah. Okay. So we can't take the e-pawn. Let's just. I will stop touching that e-pawn.
Okay, this queen e2 it's definitely combative. And it reintroduces queen f3 ideas too.
Right.
Hilariously, if rook 4 d2, you could play queen f3, and that would transpose back to what we had before, with the difference that the a pawn is one step closer to the end of the board.
a3 improved version for white. Yeah.
Pretty similar. Yeah.
Well, this is a tenacious move, queen e2.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I hated his queen a5 move, but I think with queen b5, queen e2, maybe he's like regained his balance.
Back on track.
Yeah, I mean it's a bit much. That's maybe a bit strong. In chess, two good moves, one bad move is not actually a good ratio. But yeah, I mean, I guess the best we could say is black's maybe not yet lost, right?
No, black is in the game.
Uh, I,
I've got a move I like. How
yeah,
about I play King B1 right now?
very good. Yeah.
So there, my intention is on Rook B8, Rook
Yep.
1D2. If you
Yep.
check me, then I go to A2, and I'm going to claim that the A2 square is where I want to be anyway.
It is. It is, Jesse. Somebody said that an hour ago, and it's still true.
One thing about this King B1 move, though, is I am going further away from the let's say the E pawn, and that could become a factor if then let's say King B1, and then you finally decide on Queen F3.
Hmm.
So that's, I think, an improved version for black of that situation because my king is further away. But I still can believe in that position for white, I think. Mhm. Oh, and it's a little different actually. Let me do a little just no, I take it back. No, it's not.
I mean, if you're going for Queen F3, you're doing it without Rook B8, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So basically, you're going Rook 1 to D2. No, no, you're going King B1.
Well, and then just the question, if I was
Just yeah.
like, I like King B1 as an idea, but if I'm white here, I'd be like, well, I'm a little concerned about, um, okay, Rook 1D2 is played immediately. Now, one thing about this, of course, on Queen E1, I can repeat.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
At this point, Gukesh might finally take a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you made your point. You made your point, and now it's time
Well,
to
also, I
rest.
mean, I think during his long think after Queen A5, A3, there was something about his plan with Queen A5 that he changed his mind about, right? Based on the time usage. I think he had time on that think to be like, man, Queen A5 was not
Hmm.
what I hoped it was. And, time to understand that things were not going super well, maybe.
So just to recap, I think what we're saying is that on Queen E1, we don't fully understand White's position after King C2 because like Rook B8 looks like a hassle in the castle.
Maybe immediate Rook B4 in response to
There
that.
you go. Okay, maybe that. That might be fine. But then Rook B8, then I go Rook D8, something like that. No, maybe it's a mess. It's a mess. If I was white, I think I would want, if I wanted to play on, it would be Queen E1, Rook D1, Queen E2, King B1.
Sorry, let me see if I've got that right. You'd go Queen E1, Rook D1, Queen E2, and then King B1.
Right. If I was
Yeah,
going
yeah.
to
Okay.
play on.
Which you mentioned on the previous move. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, got it.
Gukesh is slipping into that time pressure. Oh, all right. I'm gonna get a coffee. It's time.
Just mildly. Just mildly. He's definitely played the last couple moves like he's not very clear on what he wants to do, right, Kostya? There's some like doubt and hesitation.
Oh yeah, no, 18-minute think on Queen B5. That was a deflation
Yeah.
because he spent like 8 minutes on Queen A5, and then Yeah, another 20 minutes on queen b5. So that was like 10 minutes trying to make queen a5 work, and then 10 minutes trying to figure out another plan.
Yeah.
But yeah, move 33 now, so basically 8 more moves for black here to make.
Kostya chat wants to know if you've been to sleep tonight or not.
It's a great question.
You're not sure yourself.
You know, sleep is an ethereal thing. You know, it's like it comes and it goes. And yeah, when Jesse said that Andy Woodward game yesterday, I was like, yesterday? That was like 2 hours ago.
That was today.
I was like, yeah, for me, I was like, you mean that game I was watching just the other minute? So yeah, guys, I appreciate you too. I'll sleep after. I'll sleep after. Or I was gonna bounce, you know, if the game was boring or uninteresting, but yeah, here we are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was thinking you and Jesse were both here. I could hand off after like 2 hours and just sleep a little bit more tonight. But now I realize like somehow it's 4:20 and I'm still here. Not thinking about leaving either. I should probably go to bed when Jesse gets back. That's a great thought.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I should
But I'm
too,
addicted
honestly.
to it. I always think like, oh, we can do it in shifts, we can split it. And then once I'm watching the game, I can't stop watching.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's just fun. Yeah, I mean, it's historic, you know, and it's like Ding Liren and Gukesh, and they're there in front of each other, you know, and you got, I mean, it's just, yeah, it's fun to watch it. It's fun to watch it live. We got 500 people here with us, which is super cool. So, yeah. Yeah, it's hard to leave. It's hard to leave.
Yeah, man, Gukesh is hesitating again, like every move.
Yeah, I mean, what's he gonna do? Go back?
I mean, I suppose he could be looking at Queen F3 as well as Queen E1 check, right?
Yeah. I think he just wanted to play. I think he's just tired of not being able to play, so he didn't want no quick draw.
Yeah.
Well, he got what he wanted.
Okay, he's made a move. And it
Queen
is Queen
F3.
F3, so he came all the way around.
Dang. Full
Ding
circle.
has definitely improved his position while he moved that queen 4 times. The rook on D4 is better than on D1. The pawn on A3 is better than on A2. I mean, this is like 100% says Queen F3 was better than Queen A5.
Yeah.
I feel like it's been proven.
I mean,
at this point.
basically, yeah, it took him like 42 minutes to play Queen F3.
Yeah. Right. It also took him 40 minutes. Plus, like, White got a couple small improvements in. So,
Indeed.
Aye,
So
aye, aye.
you don't need an engine to tell you that was wrong. That was wrong of Gukesh.
I'm like, I do not feel any need to check an engine. Like, I will say Queen A5 was a mistake.
Yeah. So here, if Rook F2, I still like this Queen F4 and F5 thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's
Rook
nice.
F2, Queen F4 still looks okay.
Black gets the jump there. And I guess if I was Ding, yeah, I would be thinking about Rook D7.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got these sharp lines with takes and E3.
Yeah. But they're worse than before. They're like a tempo down from before.
They're worse for Black than before, exactly. And already I thought, okay, maybe some potential there for White. So who knows? Maybe more potential.
I thought they were totally fine before, but I would say now there's potential.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, what
I
else?
thought
We can
I
also
had it
see Queen
basically
H6.
figured out.
Queen h6 also a move, yeah?
For white here?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose, yeah. I mean, your rook d7 is the most obvious move, yeah?
Yeah. I think so.
So maybe we should ask ourselves, what does Gukesh want to do against rook d7? Because he's only got 11 minutes at this point to
This
execute
guy's
it.
got balls, dude. He's got balls. Damn.
Yeah.
So, right, this is the exact same position we had an hour ago, except a3 is thrown in.
And rook d4 and rook d2. The rook on d4 would have been on t1 before.
Fair. Okay. Both of those superficially seem like that's their advantages for white.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're mild, but they're all advantages.
Okay, so I'm sure you guys have already looked at it, but let's say I play rook d7.
Right.
That's what we wanted to look at, but I don't know that we did yet.
And my claim is that now if queen f4, ef, e3, I just play rook e2 and I'm better.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It'll still be complicated. It's still going to be a race, but I think white's better. You know, hey. Hey.
Yeah. All right,
Better.
let's try to defend it anyway. Rook e4 again, like way back.
Now I have a big choice after rook e4.
Mm-hmm.
I can play rook d4, rook a7, maybe even king c2.
I think king c2 is a big move. Yeah.
After king c2, it's really hard not to believe in white, right?
That's the move I'm most afraid of.
Yeah.
I sort of feel like against rook a7, rook f to e8, or maybe even d8, I think there's like a decent chance that I save it. But against king c2, I'm pretty scared. So.
Yeah, I think what's nice about that position for white is once you see that you have three nice choices after rook e4, you can just be like, okay, I'm totally fine with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then on rook d7, does black have anything else?
Here's one sample line for king c2, just to give a feel
Okay.
for that position, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
So after king c2, rook f e8, king d3, rook takes f4, rook takes e3, trades on e3, right? Rook h4.
Take on a7.
I was going to take on a7, but now I'm thinking maybe I should just play b4.
You can play rook d2 too.
No, I'm not. That's not my point.
Rook d2, yeah, would be.
My point is to basically say, okay, let's just play rook a7 like I originally intended.
Yeah.
Rook h2, b4. So basically it's symmetrical except the king position, right? And I could easily see this just being dead lost off of the king position.
Well, yeah, we got the jump.
White just starts trying to queen, and the white king can either defend against black's passed pawns once they move, or, bully space in the center of the board, help white's pawns queen. My guess would be white's completely winning, but certainly it's terrifying.
Yeah. Another move I would consider other than b4 is rook b7. And then run the a pawn. But yeah, I think in these race situations, if you're even one tempo ahead, it's GG's. So rook d7.
Okay, so back to rook d7. And needing a move for Gook.
Yeah, what Gukesh wants.
So Gook, how about rook d7? I move the a pawn somewhere.
Yeah.
Let's just try a6 for a second.
Sure. Now I'm going to suggest a pianissimo move, king c2.
a5. No, just kidding.
Okay, my intention anyways was like I'll just play rook e6.
Right.
Oh, that's a slight improvement for you. Nicely done. All right, might be time for me to play b4.
Ah, there it is. That's the kimono opening we've been waiting for.
Yeah,
Maybe, but then queen h5 and stuff, and there's questions.
yeah, it's true. It's true. It's the big commitment.
Okay, in any case, what I'm going to submit is that on queen f3, rook d7, black should not take on f4. That leave the tension and say we would rather get the queen exchange with you taking.
Oh, yeah.
And also the point would be to say, look, rook d7 is a cool move, but after I play a move like a6, you don't actually got anything. Maybe that's not true, but I mean the little claim, you know.
Okay,
So,
how about a6, rook 7 to d6?
good. I think that's a totally fair question.
Stopping your rook e6 move, or maybe not stopping it, you know? Maybe you play rook e6
I
anyway.
might play rook e6 anyway, absolutely.
Whoa.
Yeah. So rook e6 would be incredibly complicated.
Mhm. Ding's having himself a big think here. That makes sense. Um,
Okay, I'm gonna just submit to you that it doesn't make sense because rook d7 would put the real question to black. And as long the way I would approach it is as long as I feel good about that queen f4 variation, then I'm gonna play rook d7.
Yeah, what else can black do? And then also, what else are we doing?
Right. And you're gonna need the
um,
time later, buddy. This is gonna come down to a little crunchy crunch
I
because
mean,
it's
he could play
starting to get
almost
time.
anything here. He could play king b1. He's got some room.
Yeah, well, also king c2 makes a little sense too.
Yeah, king b1, king
Okay.
c2,
Yeah. Okay.
a4.
Okay, I'll take it back. Rook d7 is not the only move. It's the
Actually, okay, rook a4 is probably not good against rook e7, right? So
doesn't
that's like maybe one candidate move we don't have to add to the list.
Yeah.
one of the things I know from looking at this with the engine at similar positions is it'll play c4 at some point, you know.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
just I don't think Ding's gonna play c4, but I know the engine will sometimes be like, I don't need a kimono.
Yeah.
I
It's
don't know what a
very hard for
kimono
the
is.
human to know when to play c4. Very hard for us to do that.
Yeah.
But once I get one reason I thought about c4 is once I get that king to c2, then I can really start thinking about pushing those bad boys up.
The iron kimono.
Come on. Oh, all right. I'm gonna change mine to point this a little. I'm gonna nudge it up. I'm gonna go to 0.6. Oh, David's already at 0.65. I think also one thing about this eval is I can well imagine that the computer could say something ridiculous like +1, +1 point something.
Hmm.
But for the human, I'm not ready to go there yet because it's still too nebulous for at least my human mind.
Hmm.
But once I start seeing things like king c2 and advancing, then it's starting to look real. And I'm actually coming around that rook d7 is not the only move, and king c2 is just a nice little builder. So the
Hmm.
claim is that I don't really need to go on adventures with rook d7, that my rook is actually
Oh.
cool there, and that it can hold down upon like c4.
Hmm. King
Ask and ye
c
shall receive.
King c2 activates. Oh, was it played?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Dang,
King c2.
I'm on fire today, baby.
I mean, I did tell
C2.
you the move. Okay. So king c2, it's an activating move for the king in a couple respects, right? In a respect where after some kind of trade, the king's just a little closer to the c pawn as it advances, and it's a little closer to that e pawn if it comes to e3. The king's one step
Exactly.
closer to d3. So
Exactly.
it's a significant little improvement of the king, a little nudge, and it leaves black with not a lot of great things to do.
The other thing that's interesting about my own thought process is like, yes, there was part of my brain at first. It was just like rook d7, rook d7. But then after a while, I was like, I'm just going on an adventure there. And what the story of this position is not the like adventure on the seventh rank, but it's this gauntlet of advance that we need to get ready for on the queen side.
Yeah, it's about the players finding the time to make the little improvements like king c2, king
Oh, he took it.
g7, a4, h5, that kind of stuff.
All right, I'm gonna go full.
Oof.
I'm gonna go
Oof.
full one. So I'm gonna say
Wow.
up
In game.
effectively up a pawn.
Queen takes f4, another mistake.
Well, I don't
I'm
know
just
what.
guessing, of course.
What did you want him to do, though? I think that was one of the cool things about King C2 is we're going to say, oh,
Yeah.
what's your next move, buddy?
Yeah.
What is the next move after King C2? That's one of the reasons I was really coming around to. I was like, oh, there's not much this boy can do.
Looks like he played f5 quickly, Jesse. So he's answering that question, and he's saying, I can go rook f7 now to hold the a pawn, and I'm going to try to, go h6, g5 and play the whole thing. But, I mean, look, you like to say obvious things. White's king is a little bit better. One of White's rooks is a tiny bit better. It's not an easy endgame for black, no?
Oh, white is definitely better. This one's also going to be a hard choice, and they don't have a lot of time. So, first of all, we have the obvious C4, we have H4, and
Yeah.
what we think, I think David called it, is the idea of F5 is for black to play G5 and just light it up and pray that
Yeah.
your pawns are going to be faster. And they are scary. There's no question. They
Yeah.
are scary.
Chat made
By
a
the way-
very important point that you don't necessarily need to go h6, g5 as black, right? So if we imagine c4 for white here, maybe black just plays g5, like whatever.
But then rook G2, David.
h6,
Let's say H4.
g4.
Okay. And then the argument is pretty basic that my king is going to hold the line, and my coconuts are going to. I'm getting C5, B4 in very quickly.
Okay, but I mean, you've given black some tempi, right? Those pawns are you have to keep two pawns under guard after that.
Yeah, but mine are connected.
Okay. Also go back and move after you play h4. We could throw in some precision as well. So king on c2, pawn on g5. Maybe black has the move e3 there.
I was thinking there, anytime you play E3, I'm going to play King D1.
King d1. Okay. As Jesse would say, good, good, good. Now I'm going to play rook d8. Oh, I hit you with one.
Did you hit me with one?
Yeah. I did. That one hurts.
What do you mean? I don't know about that. Okay, before we go rabbit hole, though, let's just say that
rabbit
was
hole. It's just a tactic. You just got knocked out.
No, I'm gonna play king. I'm gonna play king E1. My king's in front of the pawn. I'm doing fine.
No. I'm just playing like rook d4, picking up your c pawn. Like you're not winning the game anymore.
Okay, can we just slow it down for a second?
Okay,
Yeah.
H4 play.
H4. Okay,
H4
I'm
first,
gonna
right?
say I
Because
called
you-
H4.
Yeah,
I called
H4 is quite logical.
Yeah.
Is the sense eval still close to +1? Yeah, no, I think actually we moved up with this late because I went up hard. I doubled my eval in the rook end game.
Somebody's still below 1 though. Who is it?
Both
you
of
could- both of
Kostya and
I'm
I.
at point 7.
Yeah.
Because for me, white has already made his 2 pass pawns, and black hasn't.
Yeah.
It's not that obvious for black how to do it.
Right.
And white's king is advanced, so white is definitely better.
Yeah. Jesse just thinks like it's even more than you. or more
Well,
than that?
actually, I'm gonna, I would say as a human, I'm bringing it down. I think the computer could well say this is over now.
Hmm.
I don't know. I think, but
Yeah.
the critical move for us is H6, right?
H6 just trying to break with G5 no matter what.
I mean, it's a race. And
It
if
is a
Black just
race.
sits on his bum, then you know, one funny thing about this A3 move
Mhm.
is there's actually a lot of positions where it's nice because I'll get C4 and then B4 and I'm holding that coconut. And any kind of A5, I'm just already ready. I'm already stabile.
Mhm. Okay, I'm going to say there's a second plan other than H6,
Okay.
which is to activate the king along the H file.
Okay. That feels very slow to me, but yes, that's a thought.
Yeah, but it's slow but powerful, right? Because I might not even take the pawn on H4, right? I'm headed for F3. And like, so forget about the H pawn, right? Let's go through G4 on this route. Like it's, yeah.
Mhm. Did you hear him? Yeah.
Oh, I feel good when my king gets active, dog. I might not take H4 or F4. I might just
Yeah.
head straight for F3.
He's not in it for the money. He's in it for, he's in it for the
Okay.
fame.
By the way, let's just say on a move like King G7, there's going to be a plan for white, two plans for white that we should just mention because these two plans will come up regardless, I think, of what black plays. One is King D1, E2 to E3, just to blockade, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the other is, of course, to rush with C4, C5, and yada yada.
Yeah. King on E3 is going to stop king on F3.
Right.
Mm, that shuts me down somewhat, quite a bit.
But King G7 is not ridiculous.
Does Gukesh have just under 6 minutes to make 5 moves or
It's
so?
gonna come, yeah, we're gonna get a minute per move pretty quick. But let's just do this, David. Is there a reason for us to fear? Oh, what is white gonna do on H6? If I was white, that would be the only real question. I'd be like, what exactly am I gonna do on H6?
Okay, so you would have like the very prudent rook G2 or the crazy C4, and I think there's like no chance Ding would play C4. I think he would play rook G2.
D2 makes a lot of sense, but I still want to know what I'm doing as white if, say, king. Okay, actually, this is a little bit problematic. Well, okay, so I would say king G7. And by the way, this is spicy. A move
Ooh,
was
E3
made
play.
E3. Well, I don't like this move.
Okay, so he's doing something super concrete. He's going to play something like rook E2, rook E4. And then white
Yeah.
just has king D3. He doesn't have to trade.
No, no, no. This is okay. I'm gonna search for what Black's idea is here, but in the meantime, I'm going to two.
Yeah, unless he has an idea that move loses.
Well, of course he has an idea.
No, okay, okay. Unless he's got a really brilliant idea that we don't see and that's much more effective than I suspect.
This is really scary for black, though. I agree with you
The
guys.
basic thing is rook E2, king D3, and you're dead, right?
If you lose this one, you're 2 pawns down. Officially won, but on the queen side, you're down 2.
Yeah, you're completely dead.
Rook E2 is forced. Good for Ding. He didn't have to think about that. Then Rook E7. Okay, so here's Black thinks that he can just go passive and
No,
sit
no, he's
on this thing.
done. He's done. You're gonna just defend your E pawn with 2 rooks while white plays C4, B4, C5 for free?
Doesn't
You're
look
doing
good, my
literally
friends.
nothing. It's over.
It is confusing because how do you get G5 in? Because white takes, and then you're not getting
All
F4
right,
in.
guys. I've seen how modern engines evaluate, and I'm jacking our bar. That's it.
So David's saying winning.
Yeah, it's over. Like, and by a margin where like there's no way he doesn't win it. It's over.
Wait, what did you jack it to, buddy?
+5.
5. Put it to 5.
That's what the engine would say if you were on an engine stream, Jesse. That's what it would say.
Oh, okay. I'm still
I mean,
approaching.
I'm disgusted. Okay, I'm disgusted. I would not have lost this game as black. I'm disgusted.
Okay, wait. I think there might be at least an idea that the guy has. I think it's terrible too, but let's just play this out for a second. So let's assume King D3, Rook FE8. And let's just put C4 on the board. You can change it later to B4 if you want.
But let me just interject.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to bed. It'll be much better for me to suffer for like 1 second when I wake up and see how he resigned than for me to watch it unroll for the next like 30, 40.
Okay, wait, David, let me just show you what idea. What idea for black first. Okay, so C4, Rook E4.
Sorry, say that again.
So Rook, I'm just trying to imagine what his idea is. Like, I agree it looks terrible, but I'm just trying to understand it, right? So Rook E7, King D3, Rook FE8, and let's say C4. You got a variety of moves you can
You
do.
want me to endgame sensei you briefly here, Jesse? Is that what you're asking for?
No, I'm trying to understand what black's intentions
All right,
are.
I
Boss.
play C5.
Okay, King D3, Rook FE8. So I called that.
Yeah,
And now we have and I agree with you. C5 is a huge question mark.
Ugh. Can I go to bed now?
David, I'm sorry. Hey, buddy, listen up. I'm sorry your guy is not playing as you liked.
Jesus.
Okay, my man. Okay, I'm
I
sorry.
would be angry if I played this. I couldn't play this badly. Ugh. Like he looks like an 18-year-old who's like never read a book about rook endings.
Oh, dang! It's getting cutting now, my friends.
Ugh.
Fruzy, thanks for the raid. Hello, everyone. Hello. We are watching
All right.
Game 6 World Championship go down.
Yeah.
This game's heating up, actually.
Look, if anyone thinks I'm like trashing him in a mean way, just remember I'm one of his biggest fans, okay? But this is done. I'm just going to leave you with that. He's lost this game horribly. I would not have lost this game. And good night. Jesse and Kostya, power to you. And tomorrow we can do a special Endgame Sensei episode in which I will play this endgame as black against either of you and never lose. Good night.
Oh man. Okay. Oh, that was hilarious. I mean, let me just pause for a second here, guys, to appreciate the element of the fan here. So David has been pumped on Gukesh, oh, dude, for a while now. And dude, you know, there were some moves in game one that seemed abysmal. David wanted to believe in his man after that game one experience. And now he's played some truly bad chess. Maybe it's because he's 18. You know, there might be a reason why we don't have super young world champions, right? There might be a reason.
Yeah.
And
Kids can't play in games.
they also have maybe some trouble playing positional moves, you know? Yeah. But anyways, I think it's hilarious because David has been the one who's gotten up, he has stayed up for all night long for the last 6 rounds. And it was for his boy Gukesh that he is so pumped on. And now boy Gukesh not doing so hot. Looks like he's toast. And David has had enough, my friends.
Trooper.
He's done with this. Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
this is what you get, though. You know, I would have been very happy if Gukesh had just took that draw that was offered to him 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
Because I think that was a practical choice. And David was very excited when Gukesh didn't take the draw. But this is what you get when you play on. And Ding goes h5, which is weird to me because it's like, why do you need this?
That seems categorically wrong.
Like, why do you need this move? Maybe it simplifies your task, but why do you need it?
Well, I think the claim is, I don't like this at all, but the claim is that if you let me go h6, then that's a thing. I don't like this move at all, h5. I despise it. David should come back. David, are you there, buddy?
Come back. I don't think he's coming back just for Gukesh to maybe save it.
I think h5 was an abysmal move, man.
Oh, it just takes?
It just takes.
But why
This looks
h5?
terrible. So now black has a simple plan, which is h4, h3, yada yada. Okay, but Ding is going to claim that on GH we have rook d5. It was very weird to do what just happened, though. Very weird to play h5.
Yeah. Yeah, I really, because I was with David. I mean, to me, I don't see black's play here. It feels like
Okay,
white's way faster.
Kostya, we're going to do something. Since David's not here, I'm going to get rid of his eval. That's fair, right? So it'll
Yeah.
just be me and you.
I mean, it's just killing.
Yeah. So now it's reduced to something a little bit more plausible. This H5 move was very concrete in time pressure. And okay, Ding, by the way, it's saying he's already got his 30 minutes. Kostya, I'm actually oh, right, because he's played rook d5, so that's his
Yeah,
40.
if it made his 40th move.
Okay, yeah. So what I don't understand yet, oh, maybe I do understand it. Yeah, I know, maybe I do understand it. That might just be crispy critters too. I really didn't like h5. In particular, black could have also just played king g7, in which case I have to ask, well, why did we play this move? Maybe
Right.
with the idea that this later rook e4 thing could mess with me and my h pawn. Maybe that's part of the deal. No, maybe it was clever. Maybe it was clever. Black plays h4.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, we've got the live board up. I guess now that I'm looking at it with a little bit more time, it does feel like black has counterplay on the king side if white doesn't go h5. Like black can still go king g7, king f6, h6, g5, and then eventually get f4 in. And it is going to take white a lot of time to push the queen side.
But if you just on h5, if I just play king g7, Kostya, I'm still going to get that g5 thing.
No. I'm saying, sorry, I'm trying to understand the position without h5 to see if, because we're thinking without h5, white had much better chances.
Yeah,
But maybe black has counterplay anyway.
well, the idea that I was trying to talk to with David was that maybe black's intention was to play rook e4. And then so I'll win the pawn on f4, and then I'll win the pawn on h4. Of course, the big question is then, what about the variation where we go c4, let's say rook e4, c5, and do you really have time to take all my coconuts?
Yeah, no,
Intuition,
that seems super slow for black.
yeah, intuition seems no.
Right. But on c4, which I do think was kind of the critical try, or b4, on c4, I would try h6, and then just as a sample line, let's say like b4,
Okay.
king g7,
Okay.
c5,
Sure.
king f6, b5.
Okay, wait a second. When you play king f6, I can play rook d6.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. So no king f6. Let's go g5.
Exactly. Okay, g5, good. So maybe, okay, yeah, maybe there's a thought. It's still hard to believe, but it's a thought. So Kostya's idea is that I'll take twice, king g6, king g5, and play f4. I don't
Yeah,
believe
exactly.
at all. Because, actually, yeah, let's say king g6, I'll say b5,
So take.
and then rook g2 check. And then my king gets the very valuable e2 square.
Oh, and then king e2. Yeah. Yeah, king e2, everything's blockaded. Yeah, then I really don't understand Ding's h5.
It is pretty concrete though, and like if we am in this position, rook f5 looks very powerful. I'm going to play rook h5 next, and it looks like I'm touching some coconuts. Also, actually, and this is why maybe. Oh, wait, it looks like we have a move. Yeah, rook takes f5. Another idea that we just kind of talked about, but which might happen here, is at some point, white can think about rook g2 and then king e2, attaining the blockade position.
Yeah.
So this one feels also totally lost. Maybe black had a better move. Maybe king g7 was a better try besides gh5.
Do you think it's lost right now?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, what does black do?
Let me think. How about... So if h3, you want like rook h5 or check in rook h5.
Probably rook h5.
Rook h5.
Yeah, all your coconuts are going to fall.
Ooh.
Final Tap Chess says h5, a very nice deep move. Maybe that felt unnecessary to me because c4 was like the basic move.
Interesting.
So the only complications I can imagine for black begin with some kind of check on the d file. But I still don't know really what we're accomplishing. Also, at some point, rook g2 could be kind of annoying.
Yeah, I keep having all this faith in Gukesh, but like optically his position looks nasty. He's got 4 pawn islands. And his e-pawn's blockaded. I'm starting to understand David's rage quit.
He rage quitted on us, man. Yeah, David, why are you rage quitting
Because
us?
what is this? Gukesh is supposed to be the next, the next world champ.
Well, I'm gonna say the obvious here, Kostya. This is a fun match to follow and stuff, but it is not a world championship match. I'm sorry. These are not the 2 best players in the world, not even close.
I think it's fine. I don't think it has to be the 2 best players. It's followed the lineage. So for me, it's all good. The lineage is intact.
Lineage of chumps. I think those FIDE World Championships, that's maybe a lineage too, buddy.
No, they don't count. They don't count.
Yeah.
But look, Magnus is giving up the title.
Put Jesse in there. That's right.
Oh, Gukesh is looking super unhappy now. Okay. All right. My eval's going up. That's all I needed. Just some body language from Gukesh. I'm shooting up. I'm going to say 2.5, 3? Yeah, I think it's losing. Oh, poor Guki. But I'm actually very confused because we had a lot of people in our chat earlier saying that it's like a draw, and they were like really confident.
They think that all end games are drawn, though.
I thought it was more of like an engine thing. Like they were kind of laughing at her eval. But now I don't know. Now I think it just looks good for white. Rook e5 is another very interesting move that could win the
Yeah,
game.
at some point, rook e5, yeah. And this rook g5, or both rook g2 and rook g5 check, depending on how things go, could both be pretty annoying.
And just the idea with rook e5 is that king g7, rook e5, take. If all the rooks come off, then white's king is stopping black's h-pawns, and then the protected passers on the queen side just win white the endgame. So that's why rook e5 is so dangerous.
Okay, I think there's only one try so far that I've come up with black that maybe is a little hard. So I'm going to say rook d8 check, king c2, rook e4. And now white has a variety of interesting tries here, but I haven't found a complete knockout yet.
Have a rook e5?
Okay, rook e5, I think, is a blunder because I go snip, snop, rook d2. Uh-oh, welcome to the dojo.
Oh, oops, my bad.
That was a welcome to the dojo moment.
Yeah.
So yeah, no rook e5.
Okay, good. It's a check. Rook e4. So yeah, people are saying eval still says draw. That's cool, folks. That is cool. I would certainly be terrified here as black.
Some eval, you can't tell us the eval, my friends. Jeez, Melise.
You just can't help it. When there's too many people watching, it's just like you just can't help it, which is funny. But yeah, I don't know. I think if it was that easy, then Gukesh would just be blitzing out the draw.
Yeah, I don't see it. By the way, also, we have Sean says, and this makes a lot of sense, that if my line with rook check, king c2, rook e4, then rook g5 followed by rook g4. And that is a simple and nice way to play for white. Also looks good. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we have it. Maybe it is a draw. Some engine says it's a draw. If it is a draw, then h5 was a blunder. But even so, we still haven't found the path for black here.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, engine might say it's a draw, but it might not be easy. And so, yeah, if you can only have to find the engine move to get the draw, then otherwise it's losing. That means it's losing.
Okay, I got another try for black, Kostya. How about this? Rook d7, king c2, rook de8. Excuse me. Rook e d8.
Mm-hmm.
And so my claim is that on rook e3, rook d2, that your king doesn't have any great place. And so, for example, if king b1, rook b8, I'll force b4, and then I'm going to claim that I'm going to live through that because my rook on the 7th rank is so strong. Okay, rook d7 was played, king c2. So at the moment, just by the process of deduction, rook e d8 is the only thing I see so far where we have chances to hold this bad boy.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Any ideas for white, Kostya, after rook e d8? There's a couple ideas. So in addition to rook takes e3, I could play either rook h5 or rook g5. And I'm just going to let you let you play rook d2 in that case.
Right, but let's say rook h5, rook d2 check, take with the rook.
With a rook, exactly. King c1, and then if rook h2, I have to worry about the obvious rook h1 followed by e2. And that's
Yeah, exactly. Rook h2 at the end seems to give black enough.
Okay, guys, so we're anticipating rook e d8, and it's a little bit hectic. And because we're saying rook e3, rook d2, king b1, rook b8. Now, maybe you could somehow find a way to make b4 work, but it's very frightening because then the king is cut off on the 7th. Actually, that's just terrifying. But white's gonna get black's gonna get h3, h2 and stuff. I don't want to see it.
Yeah,
Okay,
it is scary.
he's still in this.
Very much so. After rook d8, okay. Eval might have to come down.
Sorry for the silence. I'm calculating. I'm just trying to find some idea for white after this madness. Rook. Okay. I almost blundered again, Kostya. Imagine rook g5. Let's say king f7, rook g2. Black plays rook d2 again.
Oh, brutal.
And he's like, boss, why'd you give me that past h pawn? What are you doing?
Yeah. Guess why I didn't have to take on d2. Could have just moved the king.
Okay, here's a concrete variation, Kostya. So on rook e d8, let me try rook e5. This is not going to work, actually. It's not going to win in any case, because then rook d2, rook takes, rook takes. I was thinking maybe king c1, but then black could, at the minimum, just play rook d3. And then I don't think white's doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, with one rook on the board, the two passed pawns are too much. So white just doesn't have enough players to contain these guys. Oof. Okay, I'm going down. I'm going to say 0.6. Gukesh still unhappy though. Does he have another move other than rook d8? What else?
Well, also maybe there's some resource for white that we're not seeing yet after. I don't know what it is. Okay, here's a thought, Kostya. On rook e d8, let's just say I take the coconut. You play rook d2. I play king b3. You play rook b8. And now I play king a4.
Not
Right?
c4, king a4.
Maybe a4. I don't know. C4 is also possible, but then there's going to be issues with that move, I think, with a later rook c8 check. But I just put king a4 on the. We can change it to c4 in a second. But the
Yeah.
main point is like if I go king a4, let's say you play rook db2. Now maybe you could do something else, but I'm just trying to say, here maybe I can claim I've got something for white. Still very hectic, but if I was black, like maybe this is what I'm concerned with. And your king c4 move, of course, looks more natural. It's just later I have to figure out other things. Like, for example, king a4, rook db2, and then rook h3.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I'm going that one is because now you could threaten. If I go the other one, you can threaten rook b6 and rook a6 mate. This way, my rook on f5 covers it. And this is very complicated, but if anybody's better here, it's white. I think, I think.
Yeah, seems like white's a bit better.
Okay, king g7 was played.
King g7 played, and then we have
So no rook ed8.
one repetition already. Ding gave a check. King h8, rook e2. I don't understand king g7 at all.
Okay, let's see if we can understand king g7. Well, he wants to come up and support his coconut. Uh-oh, we might get that repetition right here.
Wow.
So h5, dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? Also, that rook ed8 seemed fine too. Wait, the obvious question on king g7, though, right, Kostya, is what about rook h5? Isn't that the obvious question?
Yeah, I was trying to have this question.
So maybe, actually, no comprende.
Yeah, there's still many things I don't understand. Someone's saying that according to Kramnik, the match is too low level and not deserving of a recap. Wow. So he's with you, Jesse, that this is not a world championship.
Too low level. Dude, Kramnik, man, take it easy, boss. It's just too low level. One fun idea for black that I'm realizing, Kostya, after king g7, rook h5, is maybe black plays king g6. And then when you take my coconut, I play king f5.
Okay.
And there, I think I can legitimately say it's going to be hard for you to do things. And at some point, I'll threaten like king e4 with a coconut touch.
Yeah.
Okay, that king g7 might have been a good move.
Wow.
It's too
Rook
low.
g2 check.
I really do think, Kostya, that like for the old timers, the move h5, it's just abhorrent. It's just abhorrent. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't understand h5 when it was played, and it was played quickly too by Ding. I'm just so confused. I'm just so confused by this whole thing.
Because, one thing that's interesting, like when you get into the mind of the old timers like Kramnik, like there's everybody can make mistakes, but there's some mistakes that are more inexcusable. Now we have officially a draw.
Yeah.
And H5 seems like one of those mistakes because you're in control of the game, and then with H5 you create madness that was just completely unnecessary.
Right. Yeah, I didn't get that move. I'm gonna adjust my eval to 0.
Yeah, me too. I should have done it earlier. It was just so surprising, man. We'll go to 0.
It was top move, by the way. Q Tom, you're saying H5 was top move, but then wasn't the whole thing a draw anyway with any move? So how could there be a top move? It sounds like it was just a draw the whole way. But to us, it really felt. I'll just take it back before H5. Just to us, it just felt like White is ahead. White's already made the passers. But yeah, I don't know. These guys are a different level.
Actually, Kostya, let's just do this. This will be important for my recap too. So if we go back to that position before H5, do plays rook FE8. So let's play C4 and try to imagine, like, let's say maybe there is some computer out there and the computer's a genius. What is it? How does it go here from here
Yeah.
for black? So one idea is rook E4, and then the other is organizing somehow like your king G5, G7 thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe David's thing now comes into play. Maybe let me just give it a try. So king G7. Let's just play C5 first. We can change it later. King H6. Maybe. Let's go B4.
Right.
King H5. Maybe. Okay. I mean, it's a thought.
So B5.
All right. I'll take the coconut.
Okay. C6.
It's a little bit hard to know what your next move's going to be, though, right?
I think I want A4, A5.
Fair enough. So, king G3, A4, H5, A5, H4.
Yeah, there's also G5 as well, by the way.
Maybe G5, actually. That's actually
Yeah.
more to the point. Let me do a take back then, because I think you're right. That would be more to the point. So G5 exclam.
Yeah, that's double-edged.
Okay, so let's go back. So we're looking at this position before H5, and what this move rook FE8, which we hated, and David didn't. I was like, David, can you please not move, go away until we at least give the move credit for maybe being okay.
Yeah, I think it was
Like, no.
E3. He really despised E3.
Yeah, and by the way, it does look wrong. It does look wrong.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay, so C4. It feels kind of forcing, honestly. C4, king G7, C5, king H6, B4, king H5. Yeah, I'm gonna take your coconut, and you can go C6 or whatever you want to do. You could also consider A4 now. It's going to be similar. King G3, A4, G5, and then who knows what's happening. Okay. Okay, I feel like I learned something.
That was probably it. But to me, this was very instructive because, yeah, my first thought, I mean, I wanted this endgame the whole time. I was like on queen f4. I was like, let's go rook d7, give black this e-pawn, try to blockade it. So, yeah, I'm very surprised to hear that it's just like drawn all the way through. I'm also very curious how confident Gukesh was. Maybe I'll look at the press conference later just to see if he ever thought he was in trouble or anything.
Right.
Because that would be interesting. Because, yeah, optically it looked like... Because we've all seen these endgames where when your pass pawns are not blockaded and your opponent's pawns are, then it's like, it's just GG. It's just over.
Right, right.
But here it seems like black is just fast enough, which is, yeah.
Oh, that was actually very
Surprising.
impressive. Also, you know, it should give a warning to David and the likes of David that when you see a move that looks kind of dumb, that you give it a chance. Maybe 2800 might have an idea. You might have an idea, buddy. Yeah. Okay. Wow. But
Yeah.
E3, I will say we all thought it looked horrendously wrong. And I think for even if you believe in it, it still looks like, oh my gosh. Yeah. Huh, okay. I feel like I've learned something here. Now, one thing about the human recap is I'm sure there's some points here where the bar was jumping up and down. But for my little coconuts, I, have some questions about various moves. But if black is holding that whole time, then I'm not, super sure about any of it.
Okay, people saying Gukesh played great and all this. I think so, for sure. I think he played well, but can we really say? I mean, when you spend like 8 minutes on Queen A5, when you could have gone Queen F3, if Queen F3 was fine the whole time, you could have just gone Queen F3. But it's like 8 minutes on Queen A5, then 20 minutes on Queen B5, another 5 minutes on Queen E2, and then he ends up going Queen F3. Like that to me doesn't seem like a player who had a very completely smooth game,
Well, but I think he fought on and he gets points for bravery. He could have taken the draw earlier. This is the first game in the entire match where we have a position after move 30 where it's not clear what the outcome is going to be. Right? Before it was either completely drawn or it was over. So this is our first really long game. And Ding, like I think, when I pre-match, I'm like, Gukesh should try to wear him down. And this is definitely a game that wore him down. And I don't think at various points, I don't feel like Ding had the energy to fight in those positions, right? He wanted that draw at the first time around, for example.
Yeah.
Because it takes it takes some coconuts to be like, I'm going to play this out, buddy. Because you know that you're going to make mistakes, even if you think you're better. And it's going to be such a long grind because every move you have to check for nonsense.
Oh, absolutely. No one is blaming Gukesh if he takes a draw there with black. Everyone's just going to be like, yeah, good draw. I mean,
But I am blaming Ding for not having the fighting spirit.
Yeah, no, it's on Ding for not pushing with white when we all thought he's a tiny bit better and he's like 40 minutes up on the clock. He's got the prep.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's the whole point of the prep if you're not going to try to use that position? But definitely keep questioning whether this is a match. I think that gets us lots of comments on YouTube, so that's always fun.
Is it a world championship match?
And yeah, folks, I'll just say again, I think when we get stuff wrong, I think that's actually interesting because it shows, the difference between us and the super GMs and the difference between the super GMs and the engines.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, there are many times where we were wrong on stuff according to the engine, but then if you listen to the players in the press conference, like in the candidates, the players were totally on board with what we were thinking.
Right.
And that happened.
Do you have a specific moment?
Yeah, I remember this one game where Fabi was black, and basically he was worse the whole game. And Engine thought he was worse the whole game, and we all thought he's like slightly better. And he thought he's slightly better, and I think his opponent also thought he's slightly better.
Yeah.
Like the whole game. And then the whole time the Engine's saying it's like 0.5 for white. And everyone's calling us idiots. But anyway.
Okay, cool, Kostya. Well, I should do this recap, dude.
Yeah.
And then I guess I'll see you on Tuesday morning.
Yeah, let's end it here, folks. Rest day tonight, tomorrow, whenever it is for y'all.
And
And
let me give a shout out. We've got, because we have a communist on our team, namely David. He doesn't want to call it a Black Friday sale. So we call it the WC, the World
right.
Championship sale. If you use this code WC24, you get 20% off. And super cool time to join the dojo. We got a lot of new features coming out. The heat map, the time graph, all kinds of beautiful things. So that's just a cool thing. Also, if you enjoy our business and maybe you don't want to join the training program, go join the Patreon. Go join the Patreon. You get all kinds of stuff with the pod there. The pod will be up there early, get polls, all kinds of stuff. And Kostya doesn't have a lot of money for that avocado toast because they got to import it from California to St. Louis. And, it's cold in St. Louis and they might become brown. So it's a whole, supply chain problem to get the avocados to Kostya. That costs money. He needs a little bit.
Yeah, very expensive, guys. And it just snowed here, too. Got our first snow.
That's right. Yeah.
So, yeah, there you have it. Thanks, guys. Yeah, check out Patreon. Check out the site, ChessDojo.club.
Oh, actually, Kostya, let me ask you. So, wait, what day does your tournament start on?
It starts Tuesday.
Okay, so you're done, dude. Well, I'm not going to see you Tuesday.
I might join you guys in the morning, but yeah, I'm not staying up. Yeah, I got to get back to normal life. But maybe I'll join you guys in the morning if there are long games, because right now is around the time I'd be waking up normally. So if the game had continued, then I could maybe join you guys.
And is this a new template that we have, or is this David's thing?
This is one I just made quickly.
Okay.
That kind of fits because it just makes the camera smaller, so we have room for the live board.
I think we should probably get just this same one, but with just two people, because you're going to be coming in at the very end.
Yeah, we'll need one with two, right?
Okay, my man, great.